It being Wednesday, we will now have the singing of the national anthem led by the honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Ready, guys? Okay.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, car ton place est porté l'épée, et c'est mortel and free, ton histoire est une épopée, with and vineyards exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Yeah, boys.
Qu'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be opened. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, the City of Airdrie, the community that I'm proud to call home, is celebrating its centennial on September 10th of this year. Airdrie is proud of its 100 years of progress and has certainly come a long way since the first homesteaders arrived to begin building a community that has now become one of Canada's fastest growing cities. Wow. Mr. Speaker, the celebration of this heritage has already begun. Centennial events have been ongoing for months and will only intensify in September with a homecoming weekend, including concerts, historical reenactments, and a Centennial Legacy Art Project, among many other events. Mr. Speaker, I ask this House to join me in congratulating the City of Airdrie and the organizing committee that has pulled together months of great community events on the occasion of the centennial anniversary. I know that Airdrie will enjoy even greater prosperity in the next 100 years ahead.
Honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to pay tribute to the recipients of this year's Davenport Community Builders Awards, which recognize outstanding contribution to our community. Welcoming New Canadians, the Abrigo Centre is an organization that provides comprehensive assistance to Portuguese-speaking newcomers as they transition to new life in Canada. David Anderson is the Artistic Director of the Clay and Paper Theatre, which brightens our urban spaces with a range of public art, puppetry, and theatre. Donna Cowan, the Chair of Dig-In, has worked tirelessly to beautify Toronto through the cultural, social, environmental, and economic vitalization of our neighbourhoods. Gabriel Langlois is a co-founder of the Green Here and works daily to help preserve and expand green spaces in our city and assist the Davenport Perth Neighbourhood Centre in dealing with issues of poverty, violence, and social alienation. Lisa Rainford will receive an award for her excellent work with the Bloor West Villager newspaper, which keeps residents of Toronto West End well informed. On behalf of the residents of Davenport, I invite all members of Parliament to join with me in congratulating these outstanding community leaders. Excellent. They help to make Davenport community and Toronto a vibrant and beautiful place to live.
That they do. Excellent.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to offer my heartfelt congratulations to Maxime Talbot, a little guy from Lemoyne and Longueuil who contributed to his team's effort by scoring 2 goals, which enabled the Pittsburgh Penguins to win the Stanley Cup last Friday. In an exciting game from start to finish, Maxime Talbot enabled his team to score and to win this historic game against all odds, against a club that seemed invincible on the ice. His enthusiasm, his camaraderie, and his determination make this player, who was once the heart of the Olympique of Gatineau, a player who is very appreciated by all members of his team. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate all of his teammates and his Quebec colleagues whose names will also be engraved on the Stanley Cup. By achieving the impossible dream, in doing so, this little guy from Lemoyne has been a deciding factor.
For Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the NHL wants Canadians to believe that when it comes to Jim Balsilli's efforts to bring the Coyotes to Hamilton, the court said 3 strikes and you're out. Except this isn't baseball, and our field of dreams is the ice at Copps Coliseum. This Friday, hockey fans in Hamilton and from all over Southern Ontario are rallying to keep the dream alive at a rally to bring the NHL to Hamilton. It coincides with Make It 7 Day throughout the rest of the country, as hockey fans show their support for a 7th NHL team in Canada. The 3 NDP MPs from Hamilton were among the first to show our support by signing on to makeit7.ca, and if we weren't in Ottawa this week, we sure would all be at the rally on Friday. So on behalf of the member for Hamilton Centre and the member for Hamilton East Stony Creek, I am proud to rise in this House to support bringing an NHL team to Hamilton. The final buzzer hasn't sounded. We still have hope. So I ask all members of Parliament to join us in signing on to makeit7.ca and help us keep the dream alive.
Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Millennium Scholarship Foundation has awarded 4 Londoners with prestigious Millennium Excellence Awards. What superb students and community role models. Young Jae Chung of Oak Ridge Secondary School has achieved great success in junior achievement and fundraise for charities. During one campaign, he organized 14 events and raised $13,000. As well as being musically inclined, he also campaigns against child sweatshops. Alyssa Craik, also from Oak Ridge Secondary, has put her heart and soul into Make-A-Wish Foundation. She's a leader among her peers and has raised school spirit immeasurably and participates in many sports. Ifra Hashi rounds out the trio from Oak Ridge. She has a passion for environmental causes and helping the less fortunate. She started Reading Sisters to help girls in Somalia learn to read. She's also started a microcredit organization called Barrows of Hope. Rhoda Joseph from London Central Secondary School is editor of the school newspaper and a phenomenal violinist and concertmaster. She also helps less fortunate children afford participation in music through Arts for All Kids. Congratulations on your achievements. I know we'll hear much more from you 4 remarkable Londoners.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Cape Breton Regional Municipality renamed Breton Avenue in New Waterford to Lowell Cormier Avenue. Lowell is a community leader. He is dedicated to education, but he's also a strong advocate of sports throughout the region. Lowell's dedication to sports is highlighted as 20 years of a high school basketball coach and a founding member of the Cole Bowl High School Basketball Tournament, one of the most famous high school tournaments in the country. Right next door to Lowell Cormier Avenue is the Veterans Memorial Soccer Field, one of Cape Breton's finest sports venues that would have not existed without the driving determination of Mr. Cormier. He was also instrumental in the establishment of the Dr. J.A. Roach basketball courts, the refurbishing of the tennis courts, and the Rotary Ball Hockey Rink, to name only a few of his achievements throughout the community. So I therefore want to congratulate Lowell, or Crowbar, on his recognition and salute him for his dedication to the community, to sport, and to this country.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, 100 years ago, the highest and longest steel rail bridge in the world was completed just west of Lethbridge, Alberta, spanning the Old Man River and overlooking Fort Whoop-Up and the scene of the last great Indian battle. This bridge played an integral part in opening up the West to commerce and development. Officially named the Lethbridge Viaduct, it is simply known to everyone as the High Level Bridge. It was completed in exactly 1 year. At just over a mile long and 300 feet high, it was originally dubbed one of the wonders of the world, an engineering and construction marvel then as it is now. The high-level bridge has been in continual service since 1909, carrying ever longer and heavier rail traffic, a testament to the foresight and ingenuity of the pioneer builders of the time. In 2008, the bridge was commemorated as a nationally significant aspect of Canadian history, and this September, the In the Shadow of the Bridge Festival will help us celebrate 100 years of the bridge. Mr. Speaker, I want to invite everyone to come to Lethbridge to see this engineering marvel and all the other fantastic attractions in southern Alberta. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy de Montmorency.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Saint-Nord. Mr. Chairman, Speaker rather, yesterday during the vote on the Bloc Québécois motion, we noted that the Liberals' ideas with respect to the creation of a single securities commission has surfaced again under the leader of the opposition. Not only does he support the Conservatives in willing to impose on Quebec a pan-Canadian organization, but he didn't even have the courage of his convictions, and he abstained from voting like all members of the Liberal Party. The Liberal leader is doing exactly what Chrétien Martin and Trudeau, former Liberal leaders, did by showing contempt for Quebec. Because we're talking about contempt when the government decides, everyone decides to go against and ignore a motion that was adopted unanimously by the National Assembly. Considering that 11 members of the NDP also opposed this motion, there is no doubt in this House that the only party that stands up for Quebecers is the Bloc Québécois.
The Honourable Member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker,
When our Conservative Party first formed government, we introduced a $500,000 capital gains exemption for fishers. The following year, we expanded that amount to $750,000. We have made the largest investment in history to small craft harbours, the lifeblood of our fishing communities. We have made huge investments to the Canadian Coast Guard. We have increased funding to science, enforcement, and aquaculture. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party's main platform policy is to introduce a fishing industry killing carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has defended the seal hunt with a strong and united caucus and will continue to do so, while a Liberal senator works to ban the hunt. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans recently announced $75 million to support our lobster industry. This investment is just another example how this Conservative government is getting the job done.
Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, today I congratulate two businesses in my riding of Etobicoke North who have demonstrated exemplary corporate social responsibility. First, I recognize Harmony Printing. Harmony is their name and it is their guiding principle. They have developed and are maintaining an environmental management system to help them achieve their goals in reducing their environmental footprint. Secondly, I recognize Molson Canada. Recently, the head office in Toronto participated in the 20-minute cleanup. Employees cleaned up nearby grounds and collected donations of clothes, computers, furniture that were distributed across my riding of Etobicoke North. These two companies are taking action, making a difference, and serving as a catalyst for change. They are outstanding role models for other businesses in Etobicoke North and for the rest of Canada. On behalf of the House of Commons, I thank Harmony Printing and Molson Canada for all their hard work and commitment to our communities and our planet.
Well done. Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, on May 15, 2009, I rose in this House and brought forward a private member's bill to repeal the Long Gun Registry, Bill C-391. Since that time, opposition members and their leaders have done everything possible to stop the bill from coming before the House to be publicly debated and voted on. They are trying to make the bill non-votable, even though the standing orders do not allow them to do so. They're trying to keep this bill from the House, even though it appears to have the support of the majority of MPs. Why is the opposition so afraid of Bill C-391? This bill has support from many opposition members who have spoken out publicly against the Long Gun Registry. This support would allow 391 to pass in this House, but the opposition leaders are so determined to kill the bill and safeguard the firearms registry, they are prepared to defy parliamentary rules. I would remind the opposition leaders and members that they are not above the rules of parliamentary procedure. I ask them to respect the rules they have sworn to uphold and allow C-391 to come before this House for debate. Thank you.
Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, June the 6th, I had the pleasure of attending the Transcona High Neighbour Festival. The festival is a celebration of Transcona's rich culture and proud history. Thousands gathered to watch the High Neighbour Parade, which included floats from businesses and non-profits from across Transcona. Mr. Speaker, that same weekend, I had the deep honor to attend the Transcona Legion No. 7 for their celebration in remembrance of the 65th anniversary of D-Day. I stood with companies such as Paul Martin, a D-Day veteran and former mayor of Transcona, one of hundreds of brave Transcona residents to defend Canada and the world on the beaches of Normandy. As part of the occasion, I was able to lay a wreath at the Transcona cenotaph. My wreath, along with that of Darrell Reid, MLA for Transcona, and Russ Wyatt, councillor for Transcona, represented all levels of government coming together to honour Transcona's heroes and Canada's heroes.
The Honourable
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière Chute de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition agreed to setting up a panel that will be responsible for preparing proposals to reform EI eligibility. This will enable self-employed workers to participate voluntarily in the employment insurance system and will improve eligibility conditions to ensure regional equity. Federal elected members from Quebec hold the Quebec nation dear and are responsible for the good working of our country in the best interest of Canadians. They've shown that nonpartisan leadership will enable the economic action plan to be put into place and to bear fruit, contrary to the elected members of the Bloc and the NDP who simply want to create crises without taking into account the negative impacts on the economy of an early election. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec nation will remember the Bloc Québécois and the NDP for their lack of judgment and their real interest in Ottawa. The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois wishes to commemorate today the memory of Martin Dubé, corporal in the 5e Régiment du Génie du Combat in Valcartier and a member of the 53rd Counter-IED Squadron. He was killed June 14th in the line of duty in Afghanistan. Quebec is proud of this soldier and his regiment. We want to underscore the courage involved, first in the trade performed by Corporal Dubé, and well as his choice of his career choice as a military man in the field. These men and women are very passionate and use that passion to serve the entire international community with a view to achieving sustainable peace. I'd like to join my voice to those of my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois in order to offer my most sincere condolences to the family and loved ones and colleagues of Corporal Martin Dubé. Keep your heads up, our thoughts are with you.
The Honourable Member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, sealing has thrived in Newfoundland and Labrador for hundreds of years. Today, as in the past, the seal harvest remains an integral part of our economy, employing over 6,000 people. The focus remains on sustainable harvest based on solid science, an industry based on the full utilization of the animal and based on humane harvesting methods with no tolerance for any inhumane practices. Despite misinformation being spread by animal rights extremists, the seal populations continue to thrive and is nowhere near being an endangered species. The Northwest Atlantic harp seal population is now estimated to be approximately 5.4 million animals, nearly triple the population that it was in 1970s. Despite what the animal rights groups tell you, there are no seal pups or baby seals being killed. In fact, such activities are against the law, and the marine mammal regulations prohibit the trade, sale, or barter of fur. I'd like to thank the members of our caucus today for wearing symbols of their support for sealers.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Order. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, today our government is introducing amendments to our Immigration Act. We want to give immigration officers the power to deny work permits to those who may be trafficked into Canada and forced to perform humiliating and degrading jobs. The previous government issued hundreds of special stripper visas to exotic dancers, with media reports of senior government members consorting with strippers and handing out ministerial permits. We know that these visas have resulted in the exploitation and degradation of foreign women. Canada is taking action to protect the most vulnerable and fight exploitation. I hope the House supports today's announcement, which gives the immigration officials the tools they need to stop the trafficking of vulnerable women into Canada. I would also encourage the Bloc Québécois to truly represent all Quebecers, especially those under 18, and support Bill C-268. The traffickers of children must receive sentences that reflect the severity of this horrific crime.
À l'ordre, oral questions. Question orale. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has now said for the first time that it made no sense to have 58 different regional criteria for eligibility to EI. Does the Prime Minister promise to work constructively in order to bring about legislative changes in Parliament to make employment insurance a fairer, more equitable program for all Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order. Mr. Speaker, I had a good discussion on this subject with the Leader of the Opposition. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue these talks with our representatives, and I hope we will arrive at a more effective, efficient system for everyone. One must recognize that this government has paid out over $5.5 billion to the unemployed in this country through employment insurance benefits. That is a response to the world recession. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has now said for the first time in public that it doesn't make any sense to have 58 regional standards of eligibility for employment insurance, and the premiers of British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario agree. Will the Prime Minister now pledge to work constructively to bring before Parliament proposals that will make employment insurance fairer, more equitable for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said repeatedly, we're always willing to look at realistic, affordable proposals that will respond to the real needs of the labour force and to the unemployed during this recession. That's why we introduced a number of reforms in the budget that have allowed for an additional $5.5 billion of benefits to be paid to the unemployed of this country this year. That's important, Mr. Speaker, and of course I would encourage the Leader of the Opposition and our parties to continue the constructive dialogue that we have begun on this matter.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the self-employed are the largest group of Canadians without EI coverage. Last election, the Conservatives promised only to make maternity and paternity leave available to the self-employed. Are Canadians to understand that the Prime Minister is now willing to make the full complement of EI benefits available to the self-employed who contribute, and bring forward legislation, if the agreement can be reached, on this subject in the autumn session?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, I've indicated sometime earlier that this government is looking at ways that we can bring the self-employed on a voluntary basis into the system. This is not an easy matter. We would, of course, welcome any proposals from the Liberal Party on this matter. And, Mr. Speaker, obviously we have engaged. We have made a commitment to work over the summer to see if we can find common ground on, frankly, a major improvement in the system, which would be a benefit to a lot of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask a question on the subject of Iran to the government. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that over the last 3 days there have been extraordinary developments taking place in Iran that have had a dramatic effect on the people in that country. Hundreds of people have now been arrested. Many people have been killed. Both President Obama and Prime Minister Brown have issued strong statements with respect to the situation in Iran. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister if perhaps he'd like to take the opportunity to reflect on Canada's position with respect to this most important event taking place in the world today.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there is no secret to the Government of Canada's position. We have been outspoken for a very long time in the councils of the United Nations and elsewhere about the unacceptable ideology, democratic practices and human rights record of the government of Iran. We obviously are strongly displeased by the reaction that has taken place by authorities to events this week. We encourage those authorities to respect people's basic human rights and to move forward on democratic progress in this country, and we find the behavior of that regime in so many ways unacceptable I can't even begin to name them.
The Honourable Member the Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
We have the advantage of diplomatic relations with Iran. So that means that we now have an opportunity to hear directly from our embassy what's going on exactly in Iran right now and what additional measures Canada can take with our allies, the U.S. and the European Union and others. Could the government tell us what it's proposing now to strengthen the possibility of having a democratic movement in Iran? Finally, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this government has been very active on the Iran file, notably in condemning the regime and the commitment we made at the UN to denounce abuse of human rights. Mr. Speaker, we were also very vigorous in our recent denunciation of the recent elections and demanded that these elections be completely transparent, that each ballot be counted. We're following up on this, and today, in closing, I hope that the opposition will support the next thing we'll do in the motion in the House. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Conservative coalition, which has just been formed, is definitely going against the interests of Quebec and the population. After having tabled an insufficient budget for Quebec, now this new coalition is putting in place a committee on EI, which would be accountable in the fall. They therefore are abandoning the unemployed to their fate all summer long at a minimum. Does the coalition realize that concrete action is needed now in order to help the unemployed, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the Economic Action Plan, this government has already presented measures that have greatly benefited the unemployed in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, we took $5.5 billion more for the unemployed for benefits. It is the Bloc Québécois that abandoned these unemployed by opposing this economic action plan and reforms at all costs. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the coalition agreement only deals with two aspects of employment insurance: the electoral promise by the Conservatives about eligibility. The Conservative promise only affects parental leave for the self-employed, and that already exists in Quebec anyway. When it comes to the 360-hour eligibility threshold, the Liberal leader is ready to give in already. Will the Prime Minister and his new Liberal friend finally realize that what the unemployed mean is a complete reform of the employment insurance system? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we in the Liberal Party have agreed to discuss changes to eligibility requirements and benefits for the self-employed on a voluntary basis. If we're talking about a more complete reform, I'm sure that in any case the Bloc Québécois will vote against measures that would benefit the unemployed in this country. That's the problem with the Bloc. They can never deliver the goods. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. The Liberals have set aside the 360-hour rule. The Minister of Human Resources does some kind of twisted calculation by adding up the fact that 9 weeks is equivalent to 39 weeks of benefits, and this somehow is equivalent to a year. What an operation. We're not talking about benefits for a whole year here. Why does the minister refuse to understand that we need a global reform of employment insurance? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that for the leader of the Bloc and his team, this is a big disappointment because we've avoided a crisis again. They wanted another crisis. They wanted elections. They wanted us to grab $1.5 billion of taxpayers' money for an election, but we came to an agreement. We're working in the interest of workers and the unemployed. We'll have an action plan this summer to bring about improvements to EI. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Mr. Speaker, the reform of EI that the Prime Minister was talking about during his election campaign seeks to provide parental leave to self-employed workers. This is a very limited measure which such workers already benefit from in Quebec. Once again, Quebec is left by the wayside. When will the Liberal-Conservative coalition understand that you need more than piecemeal measures? Right now, we need a global reform of employment insurance, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Once again, Mr. Speaker, may I remind the House that they're disappointed because there's no crisis today. We agreed. We've just avoided an election. That doesn't suit the Bloc Québécois because they only thrive on hardship for the country. We do the opposite. We're contributing to the economic flourishing of this country. We recently gave the unemployed 5 weeks more benefits. They voted against it. This summer we're going to work to improve it again, but of course they'll probably vote against it again. The Honourable Member. Order, please.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East. Order.
The marriage of convenience between the Conservatives and the Liberals has blossomed into true love.
Yay.
And what's their message to Canadians? If you have H1N1, take an aspirin. If you need isotopes, use salt. Putting groceries on your credit card, well, the big fonts will show you just how deep you're sinking. If you've lost your job, well, here's a blue ribbon panel and sit tight to the full. Mr. Speaker, when will these partners in crime get real? Instead of appointing panels, why won't the Prime Minister act for jobless Canadians today?
Order, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, we have already taken important action for the unemployed. But of course, Mr. Speaker, the NDP voted against it. The NDP decided they would vote against it before they even knew what it was. And Mr. Speaker, they've decided they'll be against any further proposals before they know what they are. In effect, Mr. Speaker, we have le Bloc Anglais down there. Mr. Speaker. and the problem...
I think the Prime Minister will have to wait for the next question. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The workers need help now, not months from now. When you Democrats negotiated Budget 2005, we delivered. We turned $4.6 billion in corporate tax cut breaks into billions for housing, post-secondary education, transit, and more. After all that tough talk from the Liberal leader, all Canadians get is a blue ribbon panel. That's cold comfort for the laid-off workers. When will this Prime Minister stop playing at his opponent's low level and start acting to help those Canadians who are jobless?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Speaker, the problem for the NDP is that the lowest level game being played in this Parliament is by the NDP. Mr. Speaker, the NDP won't seem to accept that the people of Canada re-elected this government. This government wants to work with other parties. And, Mr. Speaker, as long as the NDP decides it will oppose everything before it even knows what the proposals are, it will remain completely irrelevant to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Order, please. Yesterday, the Liberals were screaming that the unemployed were going to starve. Today, the Liberal Deputy Prime Minister is simply telling them, let them starve. The worst is that this Liberal Conservative coalition has no hope, offers no hope to the hundreds of thousands of families unemployed in the middle of an economic crisis. It's a shame and a tragedy. Why does the Prime Minister persist in spreading a falsehood on the backs of the unemployed? Is it possible that he doesn't know that 60% of people who lose their jobs are not eligible for EI? Or is he like the Deputy Prime Minister in the Liberal Party? He doesn't give a darn. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, if the NDP had read our economic action plan, they would have known that there are many things we've done and that we continue to do to help the unemployed here in Canada. For example, 5 weeks additional benefits. For example, increasing the work-sharing program that is protecting 130,000 jobs right now. Mr. Speaker, whatever position we offer the NDP is something the NDP will vote against.
For Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, the former president of the Nuclear Safety Commission told us that the Maple reactor could have worked and produced isotopes. We were told that the government's decision to shut down Maple prematurely was shocking. Why did the Conservatives abandon the Maple project when the verifications weren't even finished? Is it because the production of isotopes doesn't fit in with their privatization plan? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm actually quite glad for the question, Mr. Speaker, because actually the testimony of the former president of CNSC has turned up something else too, which I find very interesting. And indeed, as she indicated to the Globe and Mail not more than 3 weeks ago, that she was told that the Maples had problems in 2001, which I presume she told the member from Wascana. And as well, the quote was, you know, we're going to be bringing out the cement machines to fill that in. Now, is that something the member from Wascana actually knew about? And if so, why did it take him so long to alert the world that Canada was not in a position to provide...
The Honourable Member for Halifax West. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know the government refuses to explore every possible solution to the isotope crisis. The government prematurely shut down Maple reactors. They didn't treat a proposal to create isotopes at McMaster as a priority. They denied for months there was even a crisis. Then they made matters worse by announcing isotope production would die on their watch. Why do they believe Canadian cancer patients should be dependent on other countries for isotopes when it's clear we can be world leaders in this field?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, the one thing that the honourable member said that was, in fact, a fact is that we are world leaders. We are absolutely world leaders in leading the globe, in coming together to come up with contingency planning with respect to reactor schedules to ensure that we have a global supply of medical isotopes. With respect to McMaster, Mr. Speaker, this government has funded McMaster both on the side of the research with respect to the reactor and as well on the infrastructure side of the reactor. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, on May 28th of this year, we announced an expert panel to review the call for proposals for alternate ways to produce medical isotopes for the long term.
Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has finally admitted that there is an isotope crisis. Canadians urgently need a triage system where the most urgent cases go to the front of the line. The nuclear medicine community yesterday criticized the research announcement for doing nothing to calm the fears of anxious patients waiting for tests, like in Saskatoon, Windsor, Kitchener, Kingston, where there are no alternatives to technetium bone scans. When will the Minister of Health provide an actual plan for the worried patients in Canada?
Minister of Health.
Back in 2007, the medical isotope experts, in partnership with the provinces and territories, established contingency measures. Those have been implemented, and provinces and territories continue to work with it. As part of that plan was to identify alternatives, and that alternatives were made available to the provinces and territories and are available now. The TC99 shortage is being managed by frontline healthcare providers, and we will continue to work with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister knows the alternatives are not equally available across Canada. This is a crisis, and it deserves to be treated as such. Ministers must be accountable to Parliament and to Canadians during times of crisis. The Minister and her medical advisor must appear tomorrow at the Health Committee and reveal her proper plan for the patients in Canada. Will she agree to table the source and security of the isotope supply for all 240 nuclear medicine clinics in Canada, their access to the alternatives, and their capacity to help the other areas that have no access to alternatives.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I will continue to work with the provinces and territories who deliver health care. On this issue, I will continue to work with the medical experts on medical isotopes in identifying alternatives. Yesterday, I announced $6 million to be allocated for research. Canada is a world leader in research. This is the first of its kind. For the very first time, experts on medical isotopes are coming together to look at alternatives to TC-99. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. A few pulp and paper mills will receive some help thanks to representations by the Bloc, but it's not sufficient. A few companies in Quebec will be supported. The rest of the business will go to BC. We need loan guarantees and liquidity for other companies that need help. What about Robertval, Mistassini, and other communities in Quebec that see their plants shut down? When will the government finally give them the loan guarantees they're demanding? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, once again, yet another time, the Bloc Québécois is trying to take credit for the government's work. Thanks to the work of the Minister of Natural Resources and our government, we put forward a program that will support the pulp and paper industry in order to help it become more competitive and greener in order to respond to market trends. All the Bloc wants is to create a political crisis by opposing provinces in this country when they don't even know all the facts.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, American lawyers are using the Prime Minister's and remarks about loan guarantees to undermine Canada's lawyers' arguments at the London Tribunal, who argue that loan guarantees are completely legal. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for the government to say and do what their own lawyers are proposing and give forestry companies loan guarantees rather than supporting the United States? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, the Blocistes continue to focus on the needs of lawyers. We focus on the needs of workers. And that's why with the Exploration Company of Canada, we are ensuring that there is assistance to the tune of over $8 million for forestry companies, which will help them in Quebec to continue their work during this financial crisis. The Honourable Member for Argenté-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Works said yesterday that the fall of the government would block appropriations and lead to a tightening of funds and stop money flowing to the municipalities. The appropriations that were voted in 2007 still haven't been spent. Money voted on in 2007 for infrastructure hasn't been released. Can the Minister tell us how many projects have been started, how many are waiting for assistance, and how many are finished? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, we're working very hard with the Quebec government. We're going to continue to sign agreements. This is essential for us to continue to work with the Quebec government to make the necessary investments to create jobs. Economic growth in Quebec and throughout Canada is our top priority. The Honourable Member for Argenté-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Maslov at the University of Carleton has confirmed that almost 85% of the money from the stimulus package will still be distributed regardless of the political situation. That's what the President of the Treasury Board confirms. How can the Prime Minister earn the trust of the House when he shamelessly twists the facts as he does? The Honourable Minister of Transport. My colleagues' remarks aren't correct. We really need a solid government to sign this agreement, to sign off on the precise details. If the House isn't sitting, if there isn't a solid, real government, we cannot take action. We are acting, however. We're creating jobs throughout Canada and throughout Quebec. With this strong team we have in the Quebec on this side of the House, we're providing real results for the province. The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, The lobster industry is facing the biggest crisis in a generation. During the election campaign, the Fisheries Minister promised that there would be a permit repurchase program to help fishers in the Northumberland Strait and elsewhere. During the announcement last week, she didn't say a thing about a repurchase permit program. Has the minister forgot her election promise? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the election campaign, I did commit, of course, to helping the people in my riding, and one of the issues that they did identify was the need for rationalization, and that's why last week we announced $65 million to support the lobster industry, some which will go to rationalization. We are working on plans with the different fisheries organizations right now, all across Atlantic Canada, to assist and to address their issues.
The member for Beauséjour.
Minister's riding weren't expecting a loan from the government to pay for a rationalization program. What she was talking about was a federally financed license buyback program. That's what she talked about in the election. That's what the fishermen in the Northumberland Strait were expecting, and that's precisely what's absent from the minister's comments now. Why, Mr. Speaker, did the minister let down the fishermen in her riding and the fishermen in my riding on the other side of the Northumberland Strait?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to clarify something. I did commit to working with the fishermen on a rationalization program. I never once did say a government-funded rationalization program. What we do have here is a contribution agreement to help the fishers carry out their plans, which is, Mr. Speaker, I must point out, $75 million more than the Liberals ever put on the table for the lobster industry.
The Honourable Member for Order, the Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, a conference board report reveals that middle-sized cities are particularly hit by this current recession. In Quebec, cities like Saguenay, Trois-Rivières and Sherbrooke are facing this on a daily basis, and their economy is facing a turndown. Since 2006, the government hasn't done a thing for the manufacturing sector. None of its initiatives have helped the forestry sector. When are the Conservatives going to give us specific answers about the stimulus package funds which are supposed to help the key sectors of these municipalities? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're working very hard with the provincial governments and municipal governments throughout the country and in Quebec. We set up major initiatives in the budget, the gas tax, helping these cities. This is a huge investment that has been paid out to municipalities. We're aware that the municipalities are the very heart of our country, and it's absolutely essential that we support them. The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, you don't have to look far to see specific examples. In Saguenay and Trois-Rivières, the forestry crisis has hurt pulp and paper mills in the forestry sector. The Conservatives have simply turned a blind eye to what's going on. Based on the Conference Board report's figures, many families are really struggling. When are the Conservatives going to give them a little bit of hope rather than political slogans which are empty and worth nothing? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows, Canada isn't an island, and the economic crisis and its turmoil is affecting the whole world. This government, with its economic action plan and its billions of dollars in infrastructure and training and credits for renovation, we're generating economic activity, and we're already feeling some sort of stimulus and recovery in the economy. We know there's a lot of work. It's an uphill battle. We thank the Conservatives for continuing to work hard to stimulate the economy.
Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as we approach the summer months, all members of the House are anxious to return to their ridings and speak with their constituents about the performance of their respective parties and their leaders. I know that members on this side of the House will be seeking the opinions of their constituents with respect to our crime agenda, an aggressive agenda that ensures that the rights of law-abiding Canadians and victims trumpet over the rights of criminals.
It's needed.
To the Minister of Justice, could you explain this government's most recently tabled crime legislation and explain how it will help victims of crime in this country and how it fits into the government's overall crime agenda.
The Honourable Minister of Justice. Order.
Speaker, those who commit serious crimes should serve their time behind bars and not in the comfort of their homes. And this is why we are introduce legislation to make sure that those who have house arrest or something will not be able to go home and if they have committed a serious crime. Now, Mr. Speaker, I hope we get a change of support from the opposition parties on this, Mr. Speaker. They haven't supported up to this point. I've said this in view of the fact that the NDP last week didn't support our drug bill, Mr. Speaker. Now they have problems with identity theft, Mr. Speaker. What is it about the NDP? They can never stand up for victims of this country. Would it be so bad for this, Mr. Speaker, for them to want to support victims of crime?
Absolutely.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party just changed his mind. The 360 hours are no longer necessary. He's hurting workers. What a pathetic spectacle. The culprits who diverted funds from the EI fund actually agree with the Conservatives' insults on the 45-day work year. This new coalition between those responsible for sabotaging the EI system and those who believe that it's lucrative is worrying. Why hide behind a joke of a commission and not take action now for workers, as suggested 2 days ago by the Liberal leader? Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Skills Development.
Nous essayons, comme promis, de fournir des bénéfices des prestations de l'assurance-emploi aux travailleurs.
We are helping the self-employed, Mr. Speaker. We're providing them benefits. Currently, there are a small group of people that aren't entitled to EI benefits. The New Democrats have supported new initiatives for the unemployed. I don't understand why they're against the Liberals' efforts and our efforts to create an eligibility system for the self-employed. The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Workers don't want a summer of talks. They need action now. More and more workers across Canada are falling off EI and onto welfare. In the past year, BC has seen a 25% jump in social assistance claims. Ontario has seen an increase of 225,000 single people or families on welfare, the largest in its history. We know the problems. We know the answers. Why is this government hiding behind another blue ribbon panel when workers will continue to suffer this summer?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've been taking very strong action to help all of those who've been unfortunate enough to lose their jobs by adding an additional 5 weeks, by protecting jobs through our work-sharing program. Mr. Speaker, now we're taking it one step further, working with the Liberals on this panel this summer to develop a program that will help those who are self-employed get access to EI benefits. Mr. Speaker, this is a group that has been largely ignored. We're working to help them. I don't understand why the NDP are against that. It's not something that can be done overnight, but I'm glad we're going to have the input from the Liberals to make this a viable program.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the government thinks it is settling the isotopes shortage crisis by releasing $6 million for research. Yet Dr. Lamoureux has confirmed that this announcement is nothing but a media diversion and that this solution won't actually fix a thing. Does the government intend to limit its action to improvised announcements, or does it intend to introduce a real plan to get through this crisis of the isotope shortage? The Honourable Minister of Health.
The announcement I made yesterday in regards to researching alternatives to TC99, it's a first of its kind in this world. Canada is a world leader in research, and for the very first time, this will help deal with the shortage of TC99. We need to take a look at those alternatives, and we are. I will continue to work with the medical isotopes experts to look at other alternatives and work with my colleague who's dealing with the supply situation in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. The government hasn't done anything. In fact, there is no plan to ensure the supply of isotopes. The Conservatives, just like the Liberals, have dragged their feet and they're going to pay the price today the patients are going to pay the price, rather. What concrete action is the government going to take so that Canada stops relying on other countries for a supply of isotopes? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, our plan has been in action. We've been very active on the file. In December of last year, we released a statement to the public indicating that we were pursuing the supply of medical isotopes in the globe in terms of the security of supply. Two areas in which my department was concentrating on was reviewing the actual ability to produce alternatives to medical isotopes in another way, and the other one is, of course, to explore how to better coordinate the reactors around the world. We've had great success on both of those, culminating with an expert panel review for the long term with respect to new ways to produce medical isotopes, and of course the global response of both Petton and France coming online.
Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
For more than 2 weeks, trade and tourism have been ground to a halt in and around Cornwall as a result of a closed border. Businesses already hard hit by a recession are wondering how they're going to keep their doors open, how they're going to keep going. The fault rests with this government. They've refused to even try to resolve a dispute between the Akwesasne and CBSA, a dispute to which all agree middle ground exists. The Public Safety Minister has closed his ears. He didn't consult the Akwesasne before, and he refuses to try to work with them now. Why is the minister so indifferent to the suffering of this community? Why does he refuse to try to intervene and find a solution? It's his job.
Right. Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we care a great deal about the safety of this community and communities all across this country, and that's why we took a decision 3 years ago to arm our border service officers at every land crossing across this country. We also want to see safety, security of the traveling public, of the community, and our border services officers maintained, including at the Cornwall border crossing. The implementation of this policy there was undertaken by the Canadian Border Services Agency with consultations that went on close to a dozen times, I think, in the past year. And those discussions continue, and I encourage those discussions to continue so that you can have a satisfactory resolution in the interest of community that maintains, number one, safety and security.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear the minister doesn't even understand the concerns. That over the last 3 years, they knew this situation was coming. They knew the concerns of the Akwesasne were there. In a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce in Cornwall today, they called the situation a crisis for their local economy. And this minister refuses to intervene. The minister has ignored every request to meet with the Akwesasne, instead of taking an uncompromising position with no concern for the damage it will cause. Mr. Speaker, this minister's position has to change, and the question is simple. When will he step in, do his job, start working with the Akwesasne, and find a solution to the crisis he created?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on one question that the honourable member raises, I agree. We will not compromise safety and security for anybody in this country. We will not do that. And I know that the honourable member has a long record of being on the record opposed to the arming of our border service officers. We will not put them at risk of being shot by criminals, being forced to stand up and do their job without the tools they need to be safe. We won't compromise safety and security, not like he's prepared to do.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, today's forestry package has totally missed the mark. While New Democrats welcome aid for pulp and paper products to make their operations more efficient and environmentally friendly, this government has failed to deal with some fundamental issues. Where is the commitment to make EI more accessible? Where is the pension protection for Abitibi-Bowater retirees? Where are the guarantees for small businesses and suppliers that are owed huge sums of money by large bankrupt corporations? With hundreds of thousands of jobs at risk across the country, does this minister really think this plan will save them?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we are very pleased to announce today the government's new program with respect to forestry, and I'll be giving some more details of it later on. But I can tell you that industry, if the member actually bothered to talk to the industry, he would find out the following: that industry embraces it, that it will help save jobs and help us maintain our edge as the greenest suppliers of pulp in the world. And what they particularly appreciate about the announcement is that it demonstrates a commitment to the future of the industry through its support to capital improvements, exactly what industry needs to prepare for the return of migrants.
Honourable member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, will the minister guarantee that no jobs will be lost at all as of today? That's the question, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. black liquor subsidy has hammered our pulp and paper industry, and they need help today or 100,000 jobs are on the line. The failure to negotiate an end to the U.S. subsidy has brought our industry to the brink of extinction. As the manager of Zeltsov, Selgar and Castlegar said today, a 3 or 4 month delay will be too late. The mill will no longer be viable. Will the minister commit today to immediate funding that will arrive in time to save the pulp and paper industry?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, the government announced today the Pulp and Paper Green Transformation Program. This program is being put in place specifically to allow the pulp and paper industry to transform itself, already doing very well in terms of renewable energy, but even more so becoming more clean and more green. And that's exactly what we should be doing at this point in time, Mr. Speaker. And as I've already indicated, industry has embraced it, and they've been very vocal about the fact that it's the right thing to do.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is determined to minimize the damaging effects this global recession has had on our forestry sector.
Sure.
Kenora riding was delighted to hear today that our government, Conservative government, announced new funding for Canadian pulp mills that produce black liquor to invest in new green technologies that will increase the environmental performance of their facilities. Can the Minister of Natural Resources tell us more about this exciting new program and how it will help our Canadian forestry sector and its workers?
All right. Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Kenora for his work on the file and indeed all the other Conservative MPs who have brought this matter to my attention. He continues to serve his constituents in Northern Ontario very well. As indicated, Canadian pulp mills will be eligible to access $1 billion in funding through our government's Pulp and Paper Green Transformation Program. It will help ensure Canada has a pulp sector both commercially and environmentally sustainable for years to come. Every dollar made available through this program will benefit forestry communities across Canada and provide them with a brighter future. By making a smart investment today, we're laying the groundwork for a greener, more secure future for pulp and paper workers and their families.
Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Industry, last year Rogers Telecommunications applied to build a massive cell tower in a residential neighbourhood right in the middle of the city of Charlottetown. The neighbours didn't want it, the people that lived in Charlottetown didn't want it, and our democratically elected city council voted against it. The Minister of Industry, Mr. Speaker, since the tower wasn't his neighbourhood, overruled the decision of the City Council and ordered the construction of the tower to proceed. My question, Mr. Speaker, is very simple. Why? Why did he disrespect the wishes of the residents of Charlottetown and the decision of their elected council?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
There is legislation in place that ensures that we have a well-connected network throughout the country. If there are legitimate concerns, those concerns are then addressed. Health Canada reviews the concerns from a health and safety point of view. Health Canada did its job and reviewed for health and safety concerns. Those concerns were not valid, and on that basis, that's why these are left to the national level to ensure that we have the network capacity that is necessary for health and safety reasons, for instance, 911 calls, things like that, which I think the people of Charlottetown would be, in fact, approving of, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for L'Honourable...
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, Colombian servicemen killed civilians in order to get rewards from the government. Their victims are part of a guerrilla warfare, and they're trying to get pledged rewards. There have been over 2,000 investigations, and the United Nations has decried this practice, and human rights advocacy groups talk about a generalized and widespread practice. How can the government consider a free trade agreement with a country that promotes a rewards system in order to get through these guerrilla problems? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, we've seen a lot of progress in Colombia with respect to human rights. Mr. Speaker, there were representatives from Colombia last week answering members' questions. there is a watertight agreement they've signed in order to continue progress in the realm of human rights. Courts can set sanctions if parts of the agreement aren't met.
The attention of honourable members, the presence in the gallery of 3 provincial fisheries ministers, the Honourable Tom Henderson of Newfoundland and Labrador, the Honourable Rick Doucette of New Brunswick, and the Honourable Neil Leclerc of Prince Edward Island. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Sandy Lee, Minister of Health and Social Services and Minister responsible for status of women, persons with disabilities, seniors and the homeless for the Northwest Territories. It being 3:05 p.m., pursuant to order made on Tuesday, June 16, 2009, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M297 under private members' business in the name of M. Malot. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
La question est asked.
The question is the following one. Mr. Malot, seconded by Ms. Demers, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should give direct assistance to artists by increasing the annual budget of the Canada Council for the Arts to $300 million and should roll back the cuts it announced in the cultural sector and restore funding for the following programs to their fiscal 2008-2009 levels. Arts Promotion Program, Trade Routes, National Training Program for Film and Video Sector, New Media Research Networks Fund, Canadian Independent Film and Video Fund, Canada Feature Film Fund, and a Canadian Music Memories Program. All those on my left who support the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Crombie.
Ms. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kanya.
Mr. Kanya.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson. Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Madame Zarac.
Madame Zarac.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Dufour.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Pomerleau.
Monsieur Guimard et Mousquinéjet et Misquata-les-Basques.
Monsieur Guimard et Mousquinéjet et Misquata-les-Basques.
Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Stauffer.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Mr. Lévesque.
Mr. Lévesque.
Mr. Carrier.
Mr. Carrier.
Mr. Asselin.
Mr. Asselin.
Mr. André.
Mr. André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Vincent.
Mr. Vincent.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Third row on my left.
Teague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Blais.
Mr. Blais.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Cardin.
Mr. Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Lemay.
Mr. Lemay.
Mr. Saint-Cyr.
Mr. Saint-Cyr.
Mr. Nadeau.
Mr. Nadeau.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row on my left. Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Proux.
Mr. Proux.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Juan de Fuca.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Juan de Fuca.
Mr. Lessard.
Mr. Lessard.
Mr. Roy.
Mr. Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Mr. Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Mr. Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Mr. Bouchard.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
First row on my left.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Laframboise.
Mr. Laframboise.
Mr. Laforêt.
Mr. Laforêt.
Mr. Duceppe.
Mr. Duceppe.
Mr. Paquette.
Mr. Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Ménard Rochelaga.
Mr. Ménard Rochelaga.
Mr. Bachan.
Mr. Bachan.
Mr. Bigras.
Mr. Bigras.
Mr. Ménard Macorel Fortin.
Mr. Ménard Macorel Fortin.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Wajali Chalice.
Ms. Rosalie Chalice.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Fifth row on my right. Rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right. Third row on my right.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
First row on my right.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left. Quatrième rangée à ma gauche. Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left. Second row on my left.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Devolan.
Mr. Devolan.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Decker. Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Arthur.
Mr. Arthur.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Alan Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Alan Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Colonial Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Colonial Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat. Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Back to Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Madame Werner.
Madame Werner.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Coquitlam.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 142, 142.
Je déclare la motion
I declare the motion adopted.
conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order adopted on June 16, 2009, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M295 under private members' business in the name of Mr. Dion.
Monsieur Dion, appuyé par Monsieur McGuinty.
Mr. Dion, seconded by Mr. McGuinty, moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should increase its support of Canada's renewable energy sector, allow our country to participate in the worldwide effort to develop renewable energy sources, and enlist Canada as a full member of the International Renewable Energy Agency.
Tous ceux à ma
All those on my left who support the motion will please rise.
cinquième rangée.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Andrews. Ms. Cody. Mrs. Crombie. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Ms. Foote. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Kanya. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mrs. Simpson. Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Valeriot. Madame Zarak. Mr. Dufour. Mr. Ouellet. Monsieur Pomerleau. Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basses. Monsieur Paillé.
Monsieur Payet.
Monsieur Dorion.
Monsieur Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Monsieur Desnoyers.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Collins.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Paul Finley.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
The third row on my left.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Blais.
Mr. Blais.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Cardin.
Mr. Cardin.
Madame Faye. Madame Lavallée. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Lemay. Monsieur Saint-Cyr. Monsieur Malo. Monsieur Nadeau. Mr. Julian. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Sixay. Mrs. Matheson. Mr. Bevington.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Lee. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Kodair. Mr. Dosange. Mr. Malley. Madame Jennings. Mr. Cusner. Monsieur Proux. Mr. Martin Esquire Montouan de Fuca. Monsieur Lessard. Monsieur Roy. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Madame Gagnon. Monsieur Bouchard. Madame Brunel. Madame Bourgeois. Madame de Mers. Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie. Mr. Godin. Mr. Comartin. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Angus.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Mr. Macaulay. Mr. Volpe. Mr. Bevilacqua. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Ms. Mina. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Regan. Mr. Bélanger. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Laframboise. Mr. Laforêt. Mr. Duceppe. Mr. Paquette. Madame Lalonde. Mr. Ménard Rochelaga. Mr. Bachan. Mr. Bigras. Mr. Ménard Macorel Fortin. Mr. Mulcair. Ms. Davies Vancouver East. Ms. Wajali Chalice. Mr. Massey. Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Woodworth.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Third row on my right. Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Leslie. Mr. Rafferty.
First row on my right.
Mr. Marston. Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left. Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left. Third row on my left.
Second row on my left. First row on my left. Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Dovolan. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Braid. Correction. Mr. Bowen. Then Mr. Braid. Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora. Ms. Cadman. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Decker. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback. Ms. Hepner. Mr. Holder. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColman. Mrs. McLeod. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Rathgaber. Mr. Upal. Mr. Richards. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Young. Monsieur Arthur.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville. Mrs. Greywall. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston. Mrs. Smith. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Watson. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Brownberry. Mr. Bernouge. Mr. Culkin. Mr. Cannon, Colonial Lake Country. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Fast. Mr. Galipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Casson. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Mark. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Chong. Mr. Kerr. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Petit. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Glover. Madame Boucher. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Jean. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Vellicott. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Reed. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcreitz.
Mr. Brightcreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Madame Bernard.
Madame Bernard.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Georges.
Mrs. Georges.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Yeas pour 146, 146. Nays contre 141, 141.
La motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, June 16, 2009, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-309 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
Question is as follows.
Mr. Szabo moved that Bill C-309, an act establishing the Economic Development Agency of Canada for the region of Northern Ontario, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Roca.
Fifth row on my left.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Crombie.
Ms. Crombie.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Kanya.
Mr. Kanya.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mrs. Simpson.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Madame Zarak.
Madame Zarak.
Mr. Dufour.
Mr. Dufour.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Pomerleau.
Mr. Pomerleau.
Mr. Guimard, Rimouski-Neigette et Misquata-les-Basses.
Mr. Guimond, Rimouski-Neigette et Misquata-les-Basses.
Mr. Paillet.
Mr. Paillet.
Mr. Dorion.
Mr. Dorion.
Madame Baudin.
Madame Baudin.
Mr. Desnoyers.
Mr. Desnoyers.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Fourth row on my left. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Mr. Lévesque.
Mr. Lévesque.
Mr. Carrier.
Mr. Carrier.
Mr. Asselin.
Mr. Asselin.
Mr. André.
Mr. André.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Vincent.
Mr. Vincent.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Szabo.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Blais.
Mr. Blais.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Cardin.
Mr. Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Lemay.
Mr. Lemay.
Mr. Saint-Cyr.
Mr. Saint-Cyr.
Mr. Malo.
Mr. Malo.
Mr. Nadeau.
Mr. Nadeau.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Mrs. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row, my left.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cusner.
Cusner.
Mr. Proux.
Mr. Proux.
Mr. Martin Esquire-Montoine de Fuca.
Martin Esquire-Montoine de Fuca.
Mr. Lessard.
Mr. Lessard.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Mr. Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Row on my left.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Laframboise.
Mr. Laframboise.
Mr. Laforêt.
Mr. Laforêt.
Mr. Duceppe.
Mr. Duceppe.
Mr. Paquette.
Mr. Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Ménard-Rochelaga.
Mr. Ménard-Rochelaga.
Mr. Bachan.
Mr. Bachan.
Mr. Bigras.
Mr. Bigras.
Mr. Ménard-Macorel-Fortin.
Mr. Ménard-Macorel-Fortin.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Roger-Lichelis.
Rosalie
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Fifth row on my right. Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Rangée.
Third row on my right.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Rafferty.
Première rangée.
First row on my right.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left. Quatrième rangée à ma
Fourth row on my left.
troisième rangée à ma
Third row on my left.
second row on my left. First row on my left. Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row on my right.
Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Brave.
Mr. Brave.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to the Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to the Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Arthur.
Mr. Arthur.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Throw on my right.
Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Alan Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Alan Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Colonial Lake Country.
Cannon, Colonial Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velikot.
Mr. Velikot.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightwright.
Brightwright.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Kitty, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mackenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Merrifield.
Merrifield.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Madame Bernard.
Madame Bernard.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Georges.
Mrs. Georges.
Mr. Labelle.
Mr. Labelle.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Premier rangée à ma droite.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strong. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley. Mr. Ritz. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam. Mr. Paradis. Mrs. Aglukac. Mr. Blackburn. Mr. Abbott. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
He was counted.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 142, 142.
I declare the motion carried.
Accordingly, this bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science, and Technology. Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Conformément à
Pursuant to Section 91B of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to table in the House the annual report of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner on activities in relation to the Conflict of Interest Act for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2009. Order. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the House's permission and pursuant to certain articles, I wish to table in both official languages a treaty entitled Protocol Amending the Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the People's Republic of China on Maritime Transport, signed in Ottawa, May 6, 2009. The Honourable
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 17 petitions.
Good work. Dépôt de documents.
Of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Merrifield for Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Post Corporation Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Merrifield for Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
Motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary South East, seconded by Ms. Gurgis, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Kenny, appuyez par.
Seconded by Ms. Gurgis, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed.
Motion est réputée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
Next sitting of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Fine member.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation to the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the parliamentary mission to Sweden, the country that will hold the next presidency of the Council of the European Union and the second part of the 2009 ordinary session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, held in Stockholm, Sweden, and Strasbourg, France, April 23rd, 30th, 2009. Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on National Defence entitled Doing Better and Doing Well, Health Services Provided to Canadian Forces with an emphasis on post-traumatic stress disorder. And I'd like to thank members of the committee for their excellent work, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Vegreville, Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Committee on Natural Resources. It's entitled Combining Our Energies, Integrated Energy Systems for Canadian Communities. The committee requests that pursuant to Standing Order 109, the government respond to the report and the recommendations contained therein.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Both official languages. The fourth report of the Standing Committee on International Trade. This report entitled An Examination of Selected Canada-U.S. Border Issues. I'd like to particularly thank the committee this time for a nonpartisan visit to Washington. We met with the congressman to push Canada's position on against Buy American. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough, Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in relation to its study on Supplementary Estimates A for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2010. I'm pleased to report that the committee considered some of the votes referred to it and reports the same. I have a second report, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the seventh report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in relation to its study on the federal government's procurement processes and small and medium-sized enterprises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Health in relation to Bill C-32, an act to amend the Tobacco Act. The committee examined the bill and has decided to report it with amendments and has ordered its reprint. I wish to especially thank all the members of the Health Committee for all their hard work and all their dedication and cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Shared Experiences, a comparison of veteran services offered by members of the Commonwealth and the G8 industrialized countries.
Présentation de rapport de...
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Support Canadian Professional Football. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my seconder, the member for Edmonton Strathcona, a big fan of the Edmonton Eskimos. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, we're celebrating a century of the Grey Cup in Canada, and Canadian professional football is like football nowhere else on the planet. It has older traditions than dating back anywhere else on the planet, and our athletes who are part of the Canadian professional football have shown time and time again that they contribute to Canadian culture and they contribute to a Canadian economy and local communities across the country. Mr. Speaker, tonight the preseason starts for the Canadian Football League. This bill would help to protect the CFL in perpetuity, making sure that fans, not only for today and next year, but a decade from now, can enjoy Canadian professional football. We know that fans are lining up from British Columbia to Montreal, and we hope soon they'll be also able to see Canadian professional football in Ottawa, and why not Quebec City or Halifax? So, Mr. Speaker, unlike the NHL, where an American lawyer can decide whether Winnipeg gets a team or Hamilton gets a team, the CFL, Canadian Football League, is our game, Mr. Speaker. So tonight, Mr. Speaker, the CFL starts, and the NDP is supportive of the CFL. And if you'll permit me, Mr. Speaker, a final partisan note, I'd like to say for 2009, go BC Lions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Duncan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi. Shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Regan, seconded by Monsieur Belanger, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act, Protection of the Public. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Ottawa-Vanier for seconding this bill, which strives to fully implement all the federal recommendations stemming from the Nunn Commission in Nova Scotia. It is in response to the tragic death of a Nova Scotia teaching assistant killed in a 2004 car crash by a repeat young offender. It encompasses all of the Nunn recommendations, including those that were ignored by the Conservative government. I think I should emphasize the work of Mr. Justice Nunn, and I also want to thank Hugh Wright, the lawyer for the family of Teresa McAvoy, for his invaluable assistance with drafting my bill. In meetings with Halifax's police chief and other law enforcement officials, and at town hall meetings I have held with residents of my riding, it's clear that the changes I'm bringing forward here are necessary. I'm sure my colleagues have heard the same thing from their constituents in Nova Scotia, those of us from my province. A senseless stabbing in my riding just a few short weeks ago also reminded me that we have to do a better job of dealing with young offenders. I look forward to the input from all sides of this House in this bill and hope everyone in this place recognizes the changes that my bill proposes for the Youth Criminal Justice Act will help make our streets and neighbourhoods safe for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Regan, seconded by Mr. Belanger, moves that the bill be now read a first time and reprinted. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera
When will the bill be read a second time?
la prochaine séance de la
At the next sitting of the House.
by Mr. Julian, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Recognition of Foreign Credentials. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from BC for seconding this bill. Mr. Speaker, as you know, there is a problem in this country with new Canadians and professionals who have arrived here to Canada not being able to reach their full potential, not because they're not skilled, but because their foreign credentials aren't recognized. What this bill would do, Mr. Speaker, would do three key things. Would create a registration for all foreign credential practices throughout the country to coordinate what is going on in the provinces so that all provinces would have to meet transparent, objective, and impartial assessments for foreign trained professionals, would establish a foreign credentials recognition fund to provide funding for provinces and municipalities to integrate foreign trained professionals into the workplace, and finally, Mr. Speaker, would ensure accountability by asking the Minister to report to Parliament on the progress of addressing this important challenge to all of us. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I must say that this is something we can do by opening up spaces right here in Ottawa in the public service to allow foreign-trained professionals to get that elusive Canadian experience that they so desperately need to get further in their career. I want to thank the members of the immigrant community here. This bill was written by them. It is from their input, and is why I'm here today posing this bill to the government. I hope they, if they would, adopt this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dewar, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as usual, there's been countless discussions and negotiation and consultation between all the parties, and I think if you'll seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following two motions. Firstly, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, when the House begins debate on the second reading motion of Bill C-38, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act to enlarge Nahanni National Park Reserve of Canada. One member from each recognized party may speak for not more than 10 minutes, after which the bill shall be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard it. It is at the pleasure of the House to adopt it. Agreed. Carried.
House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-32, an act to amend the Tobacco Act, be deemed concurred in at report stage, the said bill be ordered for consideration at third reading stage later this day, and that when the House begins debate on third reading motion of Bill C-32, one member from each recognized party may speak for not more than 10 minutes, after which the bill shall be deemed read a third time and passed.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. La Chambre l'a entendu. Plaît-il à...
The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it? Adopted. Agreed. Motions. The Honourable Member for Pointe-de-L'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were consultations between parties, and I think that you'll find there is unanimous consent in this House for the adoption of the following motion, that in the opinion of the House, the 21st of September of each year will be henceforth the International Peace Day, World Peace Day. I hope that we do enjoy unanimous consent because we want this day to be celebrated as Peace Day throughout the whole world. Does the Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île have the unanimous consent of this House to move this motion? Agreed.
In terms of the motion, is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Motions, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, that in the opinion of the House, the government should draft and implement a plan of action for addressing human trafficking in Canada for the period leading up to, during, and beyond the 2010 Vancouver Winter Olympics and Paralympics to reduce the sexual exploitation of vulnerable individuals in Canada, and as a follow-up to the United Nations Palermo Protocol signed by Canada in 2000 and ratified in 2002.
Does the Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? There is no consent. Motion.
Motions. Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for, where do we start here? Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present another petition by residents of Victoria calling for an immediate moratorium on cosmetic pesticides until, Mr. Speaker, one, they're proven safe, and second, until the long-term health and environmental consequences are known. Mr. Speaker, we're witnessing collapse of bee population. We're witnessing increasing allergy reaction in our population. And these residents, these petitioners, recognize that while pesticides may continue to play a role in insect infestation, these cosmetic use of pesticides does not warrant the risk that we are taking. Mr. Speaker, Victoria has many beautiful gardens without using pesticides, and these residents are calling on the government to enact Bill C-368 for an immediate federal moratorium on pesticides use. I'm also pleased to introduce a few of the 7,000 signed petitions from Victoria residents opposed to a proposal for a large mega yacht marina in Victoria Harbour. Mr. Speaker, these petitioners represent a wide cross-section of Victoria residents who are opposed to this proposal, which will essentially privatize what is a public good, which is a defining characteristic of our city. They are concerned that this project will affect safety in our harbour, in a very busy harbour. In fact, one of Canada's top 5 busiest harbours. They're concerned about the quality of life for residents because it will impact a very popular walkway. So they are asking the minister, the transport minister, to deny the application under the Navigable Waters Protection Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member presenting petitions, the Honourable Member from Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as I have in the past several days produced and presented several petitions, I'm pleased to present 4 more from the provinces of Quebec, Alberta, and Manitoba. and it's basically to amend the Canada Post Corporation Act, library materials, which will protect and support the library book rate and extend it to include audio-visual materials.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Brampton-Springdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here on behalf of my constituents of Brampton who have signed a petition urging the government to reinstate the community mailboxes which have been abandoned by Canada Post. They have replaced the community, the door-to-door delivery with community mailboxes, and these residents feel that it is at the detriment of their safety of having to go to a community mailbox with the increased traffic in the area. They also find that the community mailboxes are contributing to increased environmental damage and are urging Canada Post to reinstate door-to-door delivery in neighbourhoods such as areas in Brampton which have been impacted. I'm also here on behalf of my constituents of Brampton and the Grandmothers for Africa, which is a national advocacy network, which is urging the government to set a timetable by 2015 to ensure that we as a country have 0.7% of our contribution of our GDP for developmental assistance, and also ensuring that we contribute as a country our fair share to the Global Fund to fight AIDS, HIV, TB, and malaria, and ensuring that the necessary legislative changes are made for Canada's access to medicines regime to ensure that there is the medications required by individuals in this country are received. And we hope that the Grandmothers for Africa, the National Advocacy Network, which has done a great job, will be recognized for their work, and that these changes will be implemented by the government.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions here with hundreds of names on them regarding the request of these petitioners that the Parliament of Canada recognizes that Canada is a nation that has a great record of human rights and the high regard for life, that since 1988 there's been absolutely no restriction on access to abortion, and the petitioners are calling on Parliament to pass legislation for the protection of human life.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here for the Government of Canada from a number of citizens who wish to express their profound concern with the proposed implementation of the Security Prosperity Partnership of North America, because the SPP further advances NAFTA's goal of continental economic integration by pushing Canada towards establishing common policies with the United States and Mexico in key areas such as security, energy, and food and health standards, while shrinking the range of choices open to Canadian policymakers. Mr. Speaker, the SPP encompasses over 300 wide-ranging initiatives, many of which reduce protection in areas such as pesticide use, food safety, and reduces environmental protection and air safety, while securing even greater U.S. control over Canadian resources and national standards, including energy and water. Under the SPP, Canada will possess less and less ability to adopt autonomous and sustainable economic, social, environmental policies, including public programs like universal health care and public education. And therefore, the petitioners ask the Government of Canada to stop further implementation of the Security Prosperity Partnership of North America with the U.S. and Mexico until there is a democratic mandate from the people of Canada, parliamentary oversight, and consideration.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Langley.
Stating that there are a number of severe, potentially life-threatening conditions that do not qualify for disability programs because they're not necessarily permanent. They're calling upon the House of Commons to enact legislation that will provide additional medical EI benefits, at least equal to the maternity EI benefits. The second one is regarding identity theft. It says that it's estimated that identity theft costs Canadian businesses and residents more than $2 billion annually in Canada. They're calling on the House of Commons to support and pass government legislation that will create 3 new offences. One, obtaining and
obtaining and possessing identity information intent for certain criminal crimes, trafficking and identity theft, and unlawfully possessing and trafficking government-issued documents. And the third is regarding the Lawn Gun Registry, and it says that they're calling upon the House of Commons to support legislation to cancel the Canadian Lawn Gun Registry. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to present a petition with the signatures of hundreds of Canadians speaking to an issue close to my heart, multiple sclerosis. Our current disability programs are ill-suited for the 75,000 Canadians affected by MS because it's an episodic disability. The petition urges for more flexible EI sickness benefits to allow for part-time work and partial benefits, also calls for making the disability tax credit refundable, and asks that the spouses that play a key role in the well-being of people with MS be allowed to claim the caregiver tax credit.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions. The first one is that multiple wind farm sites are being considered by the Government of Ontario in the County of Renfrew, and in the absence of independent science-based studies on the long-term effects on the health of residents and wildlife of Renfrew County in close proximity to the wind turbines, the petitioners are calling upon Parliament to reject any funding applications for federal government assistance for the building of wind towers in Renfrew County. And a second petition is saying that since 1988, Canada has had no law to protect the lives of unborn children, and these petitioners are calling upon Parliament to pass legislation for the protection of human life from the time of conception until natural death.
Presenting petitions, let's move this along. The Honourable Member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present a petition regarding the situation in Sri Lanka. The petitioners call on Parliament to use every means possible to end the violence in Sri Lanka and begin the process of working towards a lasting peace and reconciliation between the government and Tamil Tigers that will see a full respect of the human rights of all Sri Lankans.
Thank you. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member from Niagara West Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a total of 4 petitions that have been submitted to me by concerned constituents. The first petition is signed by roughly 400 constituents who request specific action to be taken by the government to help Canadians who have to cope with multiple sclerosis. The other 3 petitions represent almost 600 of my constituents who call on the government to respect the sanctity of life and bring abortion on demand to an end in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North. Oh, pardon me, the Honourable Member for Nickelbelt.
Not even here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise in the House today to present a petition on the Canada-Colombia free trade. As you know, thousands of trade unionists and activists in Colombia have either been murdered or disappeared, and this petition calls on Parliament to reject the Canada-Colombia trade deal until an independent human rights impact assessment is carried out. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Wenascaswin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These many petitioners from the province of Saskatchewan and Ontario, noting the fact that Canada is a country which respects human rights and includes in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that everyone has the right to life. Therefore, they call upon Parliament to pass legislation for the protection of human life from the time of conception right through until natural death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you may know, the Canada-Colombia trade deal has been very controversial. Tens of thousands of petitions have been received. I am pleased to rise in order to present these petitions, just some of them, calling on government to reject the Canada-Colombia trade deal until an independent human rights impact assessment takes place, and that it be replaced with a fair trade agreement that addresses not only environmental social impacts, but also respects the labour rights as well as those parties impacted. I thank all of those who have signed these petitions and hope that this government will recognize the need to act immediately given the serious concerns regarding the Canada-Colombia free trade.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Vegreville, Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to present this petition which calls for the protection of human life from the time of conception until natural death. The petitioners note that Canada is a country which respects human rights and includes in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms a right to life, And they note that it's been 40 years since Parliament changed the law to permit abortion, and that in 1988, since 1988, Canada has had no law at all to protect the lives of unborn children. So, Mr. Speaker, they call on petitioners the petitioners call upon Parliament to pass legislation for the protection of human life from the time of conception until natural death.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising in the House to table more than 1,000 signatures from students across the country. They've petitioned Parliament to act on climate change, which they say is a crisis facing the country. They're concerned that the government has not responded to its international obligations. They want increased funding for public transit, meet our Kyoto commitments and beyond, and adopt official sustainability standards for buildings, in particular public buildings. I also have a petition from Canadians asking that Parliament take action that all unsolicited mail-in flyers be produced in recycled paper, and by 2012 use hemp paper. That's from residents of Saskatoon and Edmonton. I have an additional petition, Mr. Speaker, from people in Edmonton on behalf of the people suffering in China who practice Falun Gong, petitioning that we take action to address the Chinese practice of detaining, torturing, and killing and seizing the organs of people practicing Falun Gong. My final petition is from residents of Ontario, calling on the Government of Canada to institute and support a carbon tax.
The Honourable Member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition signed by hundreds of residents of Ontario, Manitoba, and British Columbia. These petitioners are recognizing that people who experience depression and mental illness need to be protected by law, and that predators are currently encouraging and counseling suicide without penalty through the internet. So the petitioners are calling on Parliament to enable prosecution of those who encourage or counsel someone to commit suicide by updating the criminal code to reflect the new realities of 21st century broadband access, and to fund education programs that will empower people who experience depression and mental illness and Canada's vulnerable youth to protect themselves from online predators and find appropriate community support resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member from Wild Rose.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present the petition signed by a number of residents from my riding of Wild Rose and from neighbouring areas. The petitioners are calling upon the government to support a universal declaration on animal welfare.
Wow. So I go to order today? Time has expired for petitions today. Questions on the order paper? Oh, pardon me. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q166, Q169, and Q170. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if question number Q162 could be made in order for a return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that question number Q162 be made in order for return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered.
And, Mr. Speaker?
Notice of motion.
No, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You finally, Mr. Speaker, ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Orders of the day. Pardon me, notices of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Senate. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill S4, an act to amend the Criminal Code, identity theft and related misconduct.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 27 minutes. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill S4, an act to amend the Criminal Code, identity theft and related misconduct. This enactment, Mr. Speaker, amends the Criminal Code to create offenses of identity theft, trafficking in identity information, and unlawful possession or trafficking in certain government-issued identity documents, to clarify and expand certain offenses related to identity theft and identity fraud, to exempt certain persons from liability for certain forgery offenses, and to allow for an order that the offender make restitution to a victim of identity theft or identity fraud for the expenses associated with rehabilitating their identity. Like Bill C-26, which we discussed the other day, the auto theft legislation, this bill only is one part of a multi-pronged approach to attack the problem of identity theft. In both cases, the auto theft legislation and the identity theft legislation, we must begin our battle with strong changes to the criminal code, which itself was written in 1892 and is in dire need of a rewrite. And judging by the number of lawyers in this chamber, we're shortchanging the public if we don't embark on that rewrite sooner than later. The legislation, Mr. Speaker, will go a long way to help the police investigate and take action regarding credit card fraud. All too often, Mr. Speaker, I've heard constituents complain that they feel abandoned by the police after their credit card has been stolen and has been used in a fraudulent manner. And when they go to the police station, they are told to take a number and wait until it's your turn. And when their turn comes, they're told that there's 30 similar cases that day. And without tough legislation, Mr. Speaker, it's better to deal with it as a civil matter. So by bringing in tough new criminal code legislation, we take away that argument that, well, let's just deal with it as a civil matter because we're not going to get anywhere with it anyway in the absence of the legislation. So I think this is a very positive move to deal with that important area. This happened in a case where the complainant did his own investigation of suspicious transaction once he found out that the credit card was being misused, and in effect identified the guilty party and turned the entire documented solved case basically to the RCMP, hoping to be thanked for all the hard work and a job well done. But in fact, the person was told to go home, that the credit card company would just simply absorb the loss and that he wouldn't be out any money. So that certainly didn't make him very happy about this whole process, not to mention all the trauma involved in actually having the credit card stolen in the first place, and a lot of transactions being put on the credit card and all the phone calls and so on that it takes to the credit card to resolve this issue. So, Mr. Speaker, this type of action merely encourages criminals to do it again and tell their friends, don't worry, you can't get caught, and if you do get caught, nothing will happen to you. This is not a good signal to be sending to the public. So, Mr. Speaker, we need this tough legislation to allow the police to take action. If we'd had it, the police probably would not have had 30 new cases in that morning, because the criminals would know that something was going to happen to them in the first place, and they may have thought twice about dealing with or stealing the credit card. The next area, Mr. Speaker, is to properly resource the police. In Manitoba's case, in the case, once again, the parallel I draw is the gang suppression unit and the auto theft suppression units of the police force. It's basically setting up a special unit in the police department which is resourced and which is tasked to deal with the problem at hand, to target the highest level risk offenders, which in the case of the auto theft group is, I believe, level 4 is the highest group. We're not talking about a lot of people here. We're talking about maybe 50 people in the high risk groups, and we have to dedicate a special unit to go after identity theft. Once again, like the autos, we're looking at a very small group of people, and I would submit to you that that's the same situation with identity theft. I know that when I go to one of my seniors' homes in my riding and there's 500 people in the complex, I would be pretty safe to bet that not one of them would contemplate committing identity theft or stealing or misusing a credit card or anything of the sort. So if we eliminate those 500 people and other big groups, we come down to very, very small numbers here. And my submission, too, would be that those small numbers would be the ones that would be the repeat offenders who would be doing it over and over and over again, essentially as a profession, essentially as a job. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to aggressively target these groups. And in fact, in the case of the debit card and the bank card skimmers, as I had indicated, they're often gangs with overseas connections that may be operating here because it's easy, with little chance of being caught, and certainly they're not really treated very badly when they are caught. There was a ring that was uncovered in the last couple of years from, I believe, Eastern Europe, who had connections, and they came to Canada as a group for the sole purpose of crossing the country and going to various banks and credit unions and putting their credit card skimming and debit card skimming equipment on top of the ATM machines, and over a 3 or 4 hour period collecting several hundred pieces of information, people's information, over a few hours. And that, using that information, then they could proceed to clean out the person's bank account, and also to make new copies of credit cards for further use. Clearly, in addition, more consumer alerts are required. That is certainly part of the problem, is getting the consumers up and the people up to speed in this whole area. I've had many tea parties in my seniors' homes in my constituency of Elmo-Transcona over the years, where I've invited a member of the police force to attend and talk to the seniors about this very problem. The constable always has the same message, and the same message is, don't carry a big purse when you go out. Leave your ID at home. You know, you're only going to Safeway, you're only going across the street. Why do you insist upon carrying a big purse with all your identification and half your contents as if they're going on a trip somewhere, right? And when they're just simply going to be back in a half hour. So in some ways, we are all easy targets for thieves. Unfortunately, we're seeing an explosion in the use of shredders, and people are shredding more of their documents, and that certainly we can all agree to that this has been a huge area. I've noticed that friends of mine today, pretty well it's accepted, everybody has shredders. They're not throwing their bills out in the garbage like they used to. They're shredding them, and that is really a good sign. But when I say that, I also juxtapose that to other people, maybe the same people with the shredders that are happily shredding their documents, those same people that go to attend the boat shows, the garden shows, the home shows at the convention center in Winnipeg. I see them there on the weekend happily giving out all their personal information, filling out free draw applications for different draws and that the exhibitors have. And but yet they don't consider that information could be used improperly. So there's a number of other things that we are told we shouldn't be doing. Certainly, mailbox fraud is a big area, and it's certainly dealt with in the bill. Nowadays, a lot of people have their mailboxes locked. That's a very good thing to have, because people do steal people's mail, and use that information for bad things. A number of people have mentioned in the last day on debate on this bill that we should reduce the number of mailed statements to our houses. We don't need, maybe monthly statements from our financial services people. Perhaps we can get by with, quarterly statements. Also, they suggest keeping sensitive information in a locked box. All too often, we see people leaving stuff out. And I guess the government has had some very bad experience itself over the last couple of years with some of its members of parliament leaving information in places where they shouldn't have, and where stuff should be, returned to its rightful place and locked up, and we should be more organized and all of that. Having said that, I may be one of the worst offenders, so I don't really want to go too far there. It's also recommended that we don't let our credit cards out of sight at restaurants and gas stations. But the reality is we do this every day. Are we supposed to tell the waiter at the restaurant, sorry, I've got to follow you to the machine just to make sure you don't clone my card or skim my card. So, you know, what is the answer here? And another point was not to give credit card information over the phone unless you actually know the person you're talking to. But clearly there's a bigger answer and a bigger solution out there that we have to deal with, Mr. Speaker, and that is the whole area of technology and the whole inception and coming of the smart card programs. I recall back, and I've followed this issue for a number of years, back in 1990 or 1991, the Ontario government, the NDP government at the time, I understand from my speech yesterday, led by somebody I can't mention in this House, embarked on the first smart card idea. And by the way, it was an idea that was way ahead of its time. At that time, only France had embarked on a rudimentary smart card program, and the Ontario government at that time set up a pilot project. The pilot project was in Fort Frances and Windsor, and they were trying to track the number of Americans who were coming across the border, getting their OHIP cards, the Ontario Health cards, and coming across for free operations and health care. The project at the end of the day determined that Ontario had more OHIP cards issued than they had residents in the province. Beyond that information, though, the government decided at some point not to proceed further with the smart cards. Perhaps there was a change in government. I'm not sure why they didn't proceed. They were succeeded, Mr. Speaker, by the Harris government, who announced a new smart card program to run parallel to the program that was being introduced by the big banks at the time. And I know that I went and met with them in Toronto, and they toured me through their nice new building that they had, and they had a very impressive program. They were going to start issuing smart cards at around, I think it was $10 a piece. There would be a health card on there, I think a driver's license. I mean, all of these cards, members should understand, have the potential to put about 5 different things on them. You can have driver's license, you can have health card, you can have fishing license, you can have a number of things. And so their plan was to roll it out, and they were looking at a cost of, I think it was $8 to $10 a card. And, you know, over time, the price of the cards is dropping, as we know. And the banks, of course, while all this was going on, they were going to roll out their system. And, you know, they actually put off the rollout for a few years, and all the while knowing that people were being victimized. It was cheaper for the banks to pay the losses of the thefts and the misuse of the cards than it was to bring in the smart card technology. So they were directly responsible for letting people go through all sorts of anguish for an extra 5-6 years because they didn't want to put out the extra dollars. It was cheaper for them to lose the $100 million or whatever it was per year in the thefts. So we could have done something a long time ago in terms of smart cards because the technology was there, but it was just going to be a little more expensive at the time. So, in fact, the banks are just rolling out their cards at the moment. I think some of you may have some, but if you don't have some, you certainly will be getting them within the next few months or the next year. I believe they had a plan in certain areas. They were rolled out as, I think, maybe even a year or two ago. But the mass rollout is just beginning. So these cards, Mr. Speaker, are a huge improvement over the old striped cards, which are essentially obsolete and should be phased out as quickly as possible, because these are the cards, the old cards, which are the easy ones to skim and counterfeit. And hopefully this will drastically reduce the credit card and debit card fraud and give consumers a breather until these criminals can figure out how to compromise those cards. We may be ahead of the curve for a little while. And I'm hoping that we're going to have a huge reduction, similar to what Manitoba's experienced with our auto theft program, a huge overnight reduction in compromised cards and credit card and debit card fraud. These cards, as I'd indicated, are the answer in the same way that the mobilizers were the answer on the cars to stop the auto theft. So, once again, we get back to the NDP supporting actions that actually work. Okay, we don't want to head off in crime legislation like the Conservatives do, bringing in a bunch of things that have been proven not to work in other jurisdictions. We want to look at and promote and initiate things that are actually got a history somewhere else of working and that are basically good ideas. So we have a multi-pronged approach. We have tough criminal legislation in both of these areas. We have, for example, the auto theft suppression unit of the police working well in Winnipeg, can be working well nationally here. The constant monitoring of the suspects. Okay, we have to do that here as well. The whole idea of the mandatory immobilizers in the cars and the GPS ankle bracelets to make my friend from BC happy, because I know he's not happy, he's upset about this bait car idea that I'm not, highly supportive of it. But I want to extend that olive branch since we're all trying to get along here in the House. I want to tell him if he brings that bait car to Winnipeg in February and if he can get it to actually work, I'll be very happy to support his idea that we should be trying those things as well. So I don't think we want to exclude, good ideas, right? Some ideas work better in other parts of the country than others. But in terms of the identity theft, once again, we have the tough criminal legislation in Bill S4, and we are reasonably, happy with this bill. I think there are a couple of changes that we would like to see, particularly for lawyers, and I'm standing right beside one. And it was pointed out yesterday that the whole area of mortgage fraud and so on is not covered by this bill, and lawyers across Canada have to be vigilant about that because they are being presented by people bringing in false identification and impersonating somebody else and attempting to get mortgage funds. So once again, the identity theft suppression unit of the police has got to be set up. We need more consumer alerts, which I've indicated, and the education programs which we delved into. There's always room for more ideas that can be tried. I don't think we should in any way exclude anybody with a good idea in this program. And once again, better technology is the key here with smart card technologies because we have to keep ahead of the curve. One of the members mentioned yesterday that we are dealing with almost $2 billion of losses. In fact, identity theft has become so common that insurance companies started selling identity theft coverage as an extension to house insurance policies some 4 or 5 years now. And insurance companies wouldn't do that if there wasn't a big market, a considerable demand for these programs, because these programs are costly to set up. They need to have negotiations for reinsurance for the whole program. And clearly, this is a program that people are buying because insurance companies are selling it, and it simply pays to restore you to where you were before the loss, because there's a considerable expense involved in trying to get all your cards, your credit cards and your ID all restored to where you were before. Have you ever tried to get a driver's license replaced, or have you ever tried to get a birth certificate replaced? It's a lot of work, Mr. Speaker. So a lot of the identity theft is aided and abetted by the internet, Mr. Speaker. Criminals trade in stolen information. And, none of this existed 20 years ago. As one member mentioned yesterday with his Commodore 64, we didn't have internet access in those days, and we didn't have to worry about these things. But the internet today and computers today mean that we've just got a whole new exposure that we didn't have before. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. You let me know that I'm down to my final minute of debate here, and I do have several more minutes of speech, but I'm hoping I can deal with some of those in the question and answers. But the criminals are passing on the information about where to buy these skimming machines, devices on how to clone credit cards. All this information is readily available to all these up-and-coming criminals that want to expand their lines of work. Yesterday, the member for Winnipeg Centre asked about requiring the credit card companies to pass on to customers the results of their investigations. I agree totally. It's not included in the bill, but it's an important issue because if someone steals your identity, uses your credit card, unless you investigate yourself, the credit card company will not give you any information about where you're at. So you're left to wonder who did this, and it can be as traumatic as having your home broken into and not knowing who did it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll proceed with the rest of my speech during the question and answer period. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps the honourable member would like to elaborate on the additional finer points in his argument.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, that is the shortest speech I've heard any lawyer in this chamber make since I've been elected. Mr. Speaker, we have some serious concerns about organized crime involvement and with credit card and debit card fraud and identity theft. And that is really a big concern. I guess the isolated cases can be dealt with, but when they're organized, when they're part of organized crime, particularly when there's an international flavor to them, international connections, we have cause for serious concern because criminals that are involved in this kind of organization are simply, this type of activity are often the same people that are involved in the drug activity. And they're all kind of tied in together here at a certain point. I mentioned that the member for Windsor-Tecumseh had noted that the lawyers are faced with real estate buyers presenting false identity to get mortgage loans, and that's not within the bill, but it's another fertile area for organized crime. We did mention that identity theft there's a huge rise, and by the way, the bill has an exemption for law enforcement to use identity documents for example, undercover police, called lawful excuse. In addition, there is a 5-year, and this is a very important point, there's a 5-year parliamentary review of this legislation, which we're very happy to see. And in terms of losses, a member mentioned yesterday that it's interesting, but online losses, the computer gets blamed for a lot of things, but online losses are still only 15% of the total, whereas in-person losses are 25%. So still people are having losses with credit card fraud and debit card fraud in person at a higher rate than they are online. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Is the House ready for the question? Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Monsieur Nicholson, appuyé.
Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that Bill IS-4, an act to amend the Criminal Code, identity theft and related misconduct, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
The House to adopt the motion? Yes! Carried? Yes. Carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
I believe the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, there have been consultations amongst all the parties, and I believe you will find consent for the following motion in regards to the ongoing situation in Iran. It is moved that the House express its solidarity with and support for the democratic aspirations of the Iranian people, its concern with ongoing violations of civil and human rights in Iran, and calls for the immediate release of all political prisoners, and its support for a transparent electoral process that respects the genuine will of the Iranian people.
Does this member have the unanimous support of the House to move the motion? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Does the House support the motion? Agreed. Conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
For Don Valley East Employment Insurance, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour Employment Insurance. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, projet de loi de...
Orders of the day, Government Bills Commons. Second reading of Bill C-38, an act creating one of the world's largest national park reserves.
Mr. Prentice, seconded by Mr. Thompson, moves that Bill C-38, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act to enlarge Nahanni National Park Reserve of Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate, the Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise in my place today to speak to Bill C-38, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act to enlarge Nahanni National Park Reserve of Canada.
an act effectively creating one of the world's largest national park reserves, Mr. Speaker. I'd like, as I begin, to express my gratitude to my colleague, the Honourable Chuck Strahl, the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, without whom today would not be possible. I also acknowledge the contributions of the Honourable John Baird, who was my predecessor as Minister of the Environment, and also I would mention as well the Honourable Gary Lunn and the Honourable Lisa Raitt, the current and previous.
Remind the ministers that an experienced parliamentarian can't refer to members of the House by their given names.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of this House, let me thank the other parties in the House as well for their cooperation, their agreement to expedite the bill so that we can have it move ahead quickly today. The bill represents a landmark conservation achievement for Canada, the greatest achievement, Mr. Speaker, in a generation. The magnificent Nahanni, its tributaries and canyons, its waterfalls and mountains comprise the very essence of Canada and, in fact, the very essence of what it is to be a Canadian. We are people of the great outdoors, proud of our stewardship over the most beautiful and expansive landmass in the world. We protect and nurture this country, and it in return nurtures and protects each of us, Mr. Speaker. As a young man, I read R.M. Patterson's book, The Dangerous River. It remains a Canadian classic of the Nahanni, and I resolved many years ago to visit the Nahanni, to canoe this mighty river, and to hike its majestic mountains. And so for me, as the Minister responsible for Parks Canada, today has a special meaning. This summer, as a guest of the Decho, I will fulfill my personal dream to see the Nahanni. But today in the House, we have the opportunity to fulfill the dreams of all Canadians relative to this park. Mr. Speaker, the legendary South Nahanni River is the heart of Nahanni National Park Reserve of Canada. It was first created in 1976. In 1978, the Park Reserve was designated by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site. Il s'agit de lieu de résidence.
This is one of the residences of the Decho First Nations. It is at the origin of legends and Dene spirituality.
Passage of this bill, the Park Reserve will be expanded from approximately 4,800 square kilometres to more than 30,000 square kilometres, Mr. Speaker. Nahanni will become the third largest national park in Canada, covering an area that is a little less than the size of Vancouver Island. Nahanni National Park Reserve will now protect the highest mountains and the largest glaciers in the Northwest Territories. The Nahanni region is also home to a remarkable variety of wildlife. There are twice as many grizzly bears in the Nahanni as can be found in all of Canada's mountain parks combined.
It provides a home to caribou and a habitat for mountain goats and other animals. It's the reproduction area for many species.
Nahanni River watershed and the globally significant karst landscape. It will protect a vast area of boreal forest and will enhance Nahanni's designation as a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
But I'd like to remind the House, Mr. Speaker, that cooperation and collaboration played an important role in this project, and this has been true from the outset.
Note that this bill would not be before us today were it not for the cooperation and the leadership of the Decho First Nations. Like all Dene people, the Decho First Nations are inseparable from the land. I was deeply moved by this quote in particular from the Decho. The land is a living being given to us by the Creator. We live as part of it. The land takes care of us, and we take care of the land. Les Premières Nations Decho.
The Decho First Nations have constantly supported this project to broaden the park. The region has integrated into the national park a place of mystery and spirituality.
Will participate in the management of the national park. Treaty rights of all Aboriginal groups will be fully protected within the boundaries of the expanded park reserve, and the traditional hunting and fishing, trapping, gathering, and spiritual activities of the Dene people will in fact continue. At the same time, this bill also represents a conservation achievement that also takes into account sustained economic development in the north. Honourable members will note that the Park Reserve will exclude many areas of high potential for minerals and oil and gas extraction, which will be available. The
prosperity of the Northwest Territories, which have immense resources, is an important thing. We have to adopt an approach that is balanced between conservation and land use in order to ensure the sustainability of this place.
Also the result, Mr. Speaker, of the vision of the Prime Minister. He has been unerring in his focus on the North, on its needs and its future. The bill before us is part of a larger pattern of a Northern vision that he has outlined. The expansion of the Nahanni is a key component of the government's Northern strategy, and it is part of Canada's vision for a new North. Our Northern strategy rests on 4 key pillars: protecting our fragile Northern environment, providing Northerners with more control over their own destiny, promoting Northern economic development, and asserting Canada's sovereignty in the Arctic. Les limites de cette magnifique
The limits of this magnificent reserve been extended to encompass 30,000 square kilometers and some of the most amazing landscapes on the planet. This region will be preserved for future generations.
Expansion of Nahanni National Park Reserve, Mr. Speaker, has been a government priority for many years. The
protection of this vast and magnificent region through legislation shows Canadians and future Canadians that we had the forbearance and courage to take measures to protect one of the wonders of the world.
I referred to R.M. Patterson earlier in my comments, Mr. Speaker, and I would just quote to give some context of the Nahanni from page 127 of his book, The Dangerous River, where he says, "I climbed quickly up the creek bed in sunshine, mist, and rain, and at 3,000 feet above the Nahanni I came to the last of the trees, a little wood of stunted firs. The creek valley ran up into the bald hills and the blue sky, walled in by gray screes and grassy rock-strewn hillsides running up to the naked rimrock. And so I perched on a block of stone that crowned a little grass hill 4,500 feet above the river and watched the movements of the sheep and tried to set in my memory the whole amazing view from Nahanni Butte to Dead Man's Valley so that I might have something of it to look back on in the years to come. Time slipped easily by on that flower-starred plateau. The sun slid down the tremendous sky. The shadows lengthened and the wind grew cold, and I went down again into the valley of the great stones and back to the camp on the Nahanni in the gentle twilight of a perfect summer's day." Mr. Speaker, this is an initiative, a park space that is central to our identity as a people, central to our identity as a country. This is a significant achievement and a contribution to Canadian and to world conservation. It is, in effect, the debt show and Canada's gift to humanity. Pleased to be here on behalf of the government, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's more than an honour to rise this afternoon to speak to a bill which is the culmination of decades of work by thousands and thousands of Canadians. Previous governments, previous cabinets, previous caucuses, previous prime ministers, existing prime ministers. It really is an act which transcends decades of goodwill and good faith from Canadians from across the country and, of course, the great people of the Decho First Nations. This is indeed a spectacular moment for Canada. It's spectacular because we are one step closer to maintaining precious and increasingly rare natural capital. This is a legacy for all, as the Minister has pointed out, a legacy not just for Canadians, but for the world. And we need more of it, Mr. Speaker. We need more of it in this country. We need more of it on this continent. And we need more of it on this planet. The bill, for Canadians watching or reading, is really an effort to overcome some challenges in a major expansion of territory from some 5,000 square kilometers to over 30,000 square kilometers of what is spectacular mountain terrain, unique geological landforms, and crucial wildlife habitat. In so doing, what we're really allowing for here as parliamentarians is to accommodate certain third-party interests in this expansion area. And as the official opposition, we are satisfied. We have been assured by Parks Canada and the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society and the leadership and the people of the Deitcho First Nations and the Minister and his officials themselves that these changes to the Canada National Parks Act are indispensable to bringing about the legislative and regulatory changes that are required in order to enlarge the Nahanni National Park Reserve of Canada. We are satisfied that these new powers, these new regulatory changes are a reasonable balance. But we do have residual and continuing concerns about, for example, whether we're setting the right precedent. This is not only important for the expansion of Nahanni, but also possibly for the expansion of other parks and reserves across this magnificent country. We want to be careful not to create weaknesses in the park system, not to create unnecessary precedents for economic activity, for example. So, as parliamentarians, I'm sure we will all be monitoring closely the exercise of these new or amended powers as set out in this bill, which allows for the careful crafting, the collage, the bringing together of an expanded territory to, of course, as I said, expand our natural capital. It's important to reflect back on the fact that this has been in motion now since 1972. If there's any originating, I think, group or effort led by a particular political personality, it would have to go to former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, who set aside as a national park reserve in 1972 the Nahanni, gazetted in 1976 under the National Parks Act. Since then, in 1984, a previous government worked with Parks Canada as wanting to increase the size of the Nahanni, building considerably in due course, Mr. Speaker, on the very good work of all those hundreds of Canadians who participated in the panel on ecological integrity, struck by a previous government, a Liberal government at that time, examining fundamental questions around the ecological integrity of our park system. Not just the ecological integrity, but the degree to which our park system was connected and whether it was working, particularly for our large predatory species. It raised questions and concerns which linger, not only for our parks right across the country, but yes, even in the context of this expansion, it raises questions around the notion of buffering our national parks and ensuring that economic activities like mining or petroleum exploitation, which abuts or comes up to the edge of a national park, is in fact properly buffered. The very words in the ecological vision for the Naha Dehe are striking. This is an excerpt from the Park Management Plan. And I quote, "The Dene are inseparable from the land. Traditional subsistence harvesting will continue to be an integral and sustainable part of the ecosystem and will occur in accordance with Dene law and principles. Naha Dehe will continue to be revered as a place of mystery, of spirituality, and healing. It'll be a model of cooperative management with First Nations of the Deitcho where ecological and cultural integrity is protected. Visitor access and enjoyment is encouraged within the limits of ecological integrity and wilderness experience, and messages of natural and cultural heritage are communicated with excellence." The magnificence in the creation of the expansion and the expansion of this Nahanni National Park Reserve, Mr. Speaker, speaks to our future and whether or not we will be wise enough as a species to learn how to live within the carrying capacity of the planet itself. This territory, this expanded land mass, will serve as a reminder that we can do better and we must do better. That we have the know-how, we have the science. It's now the question of will and the question of managing our way forward so that we can increase understanding, so we can enhance ecological integrity, not just within a park system or a specific park like the Nahanni, but right across this incredible country and continent. We've satisfied ourselves, Mr. Speaker, that the work that we launched in 2003 through the Deitcho First Nations and Parks Canada Memorandum of Understanding has been more than productive. That expansion working group set by the Nahanni expansion working group, I should say, in 2003, looked at the grizzly bears and the woodland caribou and the Dall sheep and the bull trout, the vegetation, the forest fires, the glaciers, the landscapes, tourism and the socio-economic implications and the impact for the park. It is true that extensive public consultations have been held, and that will be important in the context of remaining engaged with our citizenry and our First Nations peoples as we go forward to complete this job. We know that 9% of the Deitcho part of the Greater Nahanni ecosystem has been excluded from the expanded National Park Reserve. We know this represents virtually all of the hydrocarbon potential and about half of most of the important mineral potential identified in the area, as well as 100% of the existing mineral claims and mineral leases. So as parliamentarians, we'll be watching closely. All of us have that obligation. We will work cooperatively to ensure that our park system, our reserve systems are properly connected, that they are properly buffered, so that we can enhance our natural capital as opposed to draw it down, Mr. Speaker. So in closing, I would like to congratulate all previous governments, all parties here today, all non-governmental organizations who have been involved in this process over decades, the Deitcho First Nations, the people of Canada, and the wisdom of all who have seen fit to bring this to a successful conclusion for Canadians today and with citizens around the world today and in future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great joy today that I rise on Bill C-38, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act to enlarge Nahanni National Park Reserve of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I think this bill demonstrates something, and that is the federal government and the First Nations' ability to work together in order to provide better protection for our ecosystems, while at the same time protecting the values and respecting the values of the First Nations, and contributing to an economic sector which has permitted great progress in the past. This effort to recognise the Nahanni National Park started in 1972, but in 1976 the National Park Reserve Nahanni, which includes 4,766 square kilometres of rivers and wildlife in the southwest of the Northwest Territories. In the early 21st century, Mr. Speaker, there were prospectors that were in search of tropical valleys and gold mines, but none of this, in fact, was found. However, it was a region of incomparable beauty. There are over 320 kilometers of canyons that are over 1,000 meters deep. There are virginal waterfalls, and there are magnificent hot waters. There are amazing mountain ranges. There is vegetation comprised of boreal and alpine forests. Much of the forest has faced frequent and major fires. There are 32 species of mammals. There is the caribou, there is the grizzly bear, and others. There is the royal eagle, which is one of the many other species, not counting the other species which are in danger of disappearing, endangered species, for example. There were gold miners, gold prospectors that had fantastic and tremendous adventures over the years. Now, this is a United Nations National Heritage Site since 1978. It's one of the jewels of Canada's national parks, Mr. Speaker. C38 will ensure that this national park is enlarged. The total surface area will be 6 times greater, and it'll be the third biggest national park in Canada. It will protect over 30,000 square kilometres, which is just a bit smaller than the island of Vancouver. And it is about 91% of the Greater Nahanni region ecosystem. This enlargement will enhance the UNESCO World Heritage Site as a protected area, and in future will include almost all of the hydroelectric dam in southern Nahanni. This bill testifies to the First Nations' commitment to enlarging the park. There have been numerous resolutions adopted by their leaders and in collaboration with Parks Canada. In 2003, the Dicho First Nations and the Government of Canada signed a memorandum of understanding to enlarge the national park. The task force for the enlargement of the Nahanni was then struck. It was comprised of members from the programs that I quoted, of course, and the task force undertook technical reviews, carried out public consultations, and discussed the ecosystem in the Greater Nahanni region. Mr. Speaker, this bill was not only supported by resolution by the First Nations, but it was also supported by numerous other groups. For example, by the Canadian Boreal Initiative. On the 9th of June, in a press statement, the Director General said, and I quote, that today's announcement testifies to a balanced approach in protecting lands and the responsible development of other lands. This is particularly important given the increased focus on Canada's far north and the importance of our ecosystems for the entire globe. The Boreal Canada Initiative recognized the Wildlife and Parks Association's work with respect to the enlargement of the national park. Mr. Speaker, this bill confirms how important it is to protect these lands, to enter into agreements with the First Nations, and ensuring that in part of these lands there is economic development, including mining and potentially oil mining. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that we are, after dialogue between political parties, we are proceeding rapidly with the adoption of this legislation. And this attests to the how much our parties care about the Great North. This region is very rich in terms of biodiversity and must be protected, not only for the First Nations, not only in the interests of biodiversity, but there must be enhanced economic development which is harmonious and which respects wildlife and flora and fauna, biodiversity, and aqua biodiversity. So through this legislation, Mr. Speaker, it's not a very thick piece of legislation, as you can see, but in future, this legislation will provide more access to visitors so that they can enjoy the very wonderful beauty of this area, which there are over 950 people annually who visit this area, and I hope in the upcoming weeks and upcoming months, who knows, perhaps this summer I'll have an opportunity to visit this region. Perhaps I'll have an opportunity to use a kayak on the wonderful river that flows through this region, and I'll have an opportunity to really note the beauty of this area. And this is a area of wealth and richness which we must protect, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad to support this bill. For the Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to support Bill C-38, an act to expand Nahanni National Park Reserve, and I'm glad that all members in this House will move this bill forward as quickly as possible. This act to the Decho First Nations represents their gift to Canada. The Nahanni is one of Canada's most beautiful places, with its mountains and karst canyons, wonders like Rabbit Kettle Hot Springs, Virginia Falls, and unspoiled wilderness, home to a variety of species: Dall sheep, mountain goats, woodland caribou, wolves, black bears, grizzlies, and trumpeter swans. The Nahanni is truly a wilderness paradise. As the Premier of the Northwest Territories said, it is a region that holds great cultural and traditional value to the people of the Northwest Territories and represents our spirit, beauty, and potential to travelers from around the world. The size and nature of this expansion highlights our shared commitment as Northerners to protect and sustain the value and wonder of our region for the future. For years, the First Nations of the area, the Decho First Nations, have been unwavering in their commitment to expanding the park. This commitment has been shown through numerous leadership resolutions through their General Assemblies held every year. In 2003, the Decho First Nations and Parks Canada signed a Memorandum of Understanding agreeing to work together to expand the National Park Reserve. As a result, the Nahanni Expansion Working Group was formed with Decho First Nations and Parks Canada members. It directed research studies, managed public consultations, and developed boundary options for the Decho portion of the greater Nahanni ecosystem. The Nahanni Expansion Working Group studied grizzly bears, woodland caribou, Dall sheep, bull trout, vegetation, forest fires, glaciers, karst landscapes, tourism, and the socioeconomic impact of a park of this magnitude. These studies provided the working group with scientifically defensible conservation targets to assist in the development of boundary options. Extensive public consultations were held concerning the park expansion. The first round was centered around the local communities, and the second round was national in scope. The consultations indicated, both in the region and in Canada,
overwhelming support for the expansion of Nahanni National Park. This cooperative effort has resulted in the bill before us today. Once enacted, this bill will protect large areas of vital habitat for several key species currently listed as species for special concern. Specifically, this means the protection of habitat and ranges for about 500 grizzly bears, 2 herds of the northern mountain population of woodland caribou, Dall sheep and mountain goats, trumpeter swan nesting areas, and entire bull trout systems. Mr. Speaker, having lived next to Canada's largest national park, Wood Buffalo Park, for many years, in fact my lifetime, I recognize the importance of protecting complete ecosystems if we want to preserve for the future the kind of beauty, the kind of diversity that we have in Canada's wilderness areas. As part of this development of the expansion, I'm told Parks Canada worked with Indian Affairs, Natural Resources Canada, the Government of Northwest Territories, to undertake a mineral and energy resource assessment for the study area. This study ensured that the economic and strategic significance of mineral and energy resource potential was taken into consideration when the park was established. The result was a boundary that balances key conservation targets and potential future economic benefits. 9% of the Deschaux Park was excluded because of the potential of these mineral resources and hydrocarbon development. Also excluded were the existing mineral claims and mineral leases, such as the operating Cantung mine and the Prairie Creek mine, currently under development. Finally, all of the community lands around the community of Nahanni Butte remained outside the park. I'd like to take a moment to thank those in the Deschaux region who worked so hard to bring about this expansion. The members of the Expansion Working Group, Jonas Antoine, Peter Cizik, and Laura Pitkanen of the Deschaux First Nations, Steve Cato and Dave Murray of Parks Canada. I'd like to recognize the Superintendent of Nahanni National Park Reserve, Chuck Blythe, for his hard work as well. I'd like to recognize the 3 Grand Chiefs of the Deschaux First Nations, whose unwavering support to develop the park made it happen, and those are Grand Chief Jerry Antoine, Grand Chief Mike Nadley, and Grand Chief Herb Norwegian. At the same time, I'd like to recognize as well the important and significant contribution that the elders of the 9 communities of the Deschaux made to this process. Without their support, without them standing up and saying that this park was required, you wouldn't have seen the politicians and the chiefs take such a strong position. So the elders of the region have played a significant role in making this happen. And to all the other community members, to the people of the region who provided advice and many hours of hard work, our thanks go out as well. 3 summers ago, my wife, Joan, and I accompanied the leader of our party, the member for Toronto-Danford, and the member for Trinity-Spadina, on a canoe trip down the Nahanni River. We all found this trip to be awe-inspiring. In the canyon that had never been glaciated, the walls of which are hundreds of millions of years old, truly spectacular, truly something that I would recommend to all the members of the House as one of the things that you may look at on your bucket list. The Nahanni has a special place in the heart of Northerners. The Virginia Falls are a place of pristine beauty. Now, with the protection of the entire watershed, those waters will remain pristine for generations to come. To the First Nations people of the region, the Deschaux, the Nahanni is sacred. And I only have to say, to take the trip on the river, to go into that region, is to understand their history and their reasons to hold it the way they do. When this bill was introduced, I'd hoped that we would have time to go to committee and to go through the process of Parliament, to give the Minister the opportunity to explain how the expansion would be implemented. In the interest of moving forward, the Minister has been very kind in providing written commitments on the implementation of the expansion, and I want to thank him here for those today. In a letter, the Minister advised that Canada will invest $1.4 million in ongoing annual operations and maintenance funding to the existing park. The letter also contained a commitment to capital funding to build facilities to support the expansion. Officials with Parks Canada advised me that the amount of this capital expansion will be in excess of $5 million. The Minister also committed to the ongoing cooperation with the Decho First Nations in the management of the park, and that the co-management regime will be a part of a final agreement on land, resources, and self-government with the Decho First Nations. As I've already told the Minister, I'll be keeping a close eye on how the implementation of this expansion is proceeding. If there are any delays, I'll certainly be calling on the Minister to explain why things are not proceeding, something that any member of this House would do. Mr. Speaker, I thank the members of this Parliament in showing unanimity today in moving this bill forward. I thank the Minister for his hard work and for his direction to his government to move this forward. And I trust that the Senate will provide us the equal respect. To the Decho First Nations, to the people of the Northwest Territories, Masi Cho, for a gift that will keep on giving to Canadians for all time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to an order made earlier today, Bill C-38 is deemed read a second time, deemed referred to the Committee of the Whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Commons, Government Bills Commons, commencement at third reading of Bill C-32, an act to amend the Tobacco Act.
Mr. Fletcher for Ms. Aglukta, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C-32, an act to amend the Tobacco Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak once again in support of Bill C-32, an act that will bring important changes to our tobacco legislation. By now, members of the House should be aware of the urgent need to update the laws governing the marketing of tobacco products. The changes in Bill C-32, appropriately titled the Cracking Down on Tobacco Marketing Aimed at Youth Act, are needed in order to protect our children and youth from the dangers of tobacco use. Mr. Speaker, the reason is simple. A vast majority of adult smokers became addicted when they were in their teens. We know that if you haven't started smoking by the time you're 19, it is unlikely you will ever become a lifelong smoker. The current legislation allows tobacco advertising in publications that can spill over to youth. The proposed amendments in Bill C-32 will put an end to this practice. Mr. Speaker, we know that overwhelmingly the publications that carry tobacco ads are free publications. Many of these are found at bus stops, on street corners, and malls. This makes them easily available to teens and children. We also know that there was a 400% increase in the number of ads that appeared in the beginning of 2009 when compared to the same period of 2008. Mr. Speaker, I think we all want to protect our young people from advertising that might entice them to try smoking and potentially become addicted to a product that we know can have many serious consequences for their health. Following the last amendments to the Tobacco Act over a decade ago, there was a lull in advertising by the tobacco industry, but that's changed over the last 2 years. We have seen a new wave of advertising, and this practice must end now. The proposed amendments in Bill C-32 will eliminate potential spillover from the tobacco advertising to children and youth. Bill C-32 doesn't stop there. It will also make tobacco products less appealing to young people and less affordable too. In 2007, Mr. Speaker, more than 400 million little cigars, also known as cigarillos, were sold in Canada. Many of those were flavored to taste like tropical punch, chocolate, cherries, and a host of other flavors that would appeal to a young person. And Mr. Speaker, I must say, I have a very young family, and my son is 15 years old. And when I saw these products and how they're being marketed, they looked like markers, they looked like toys, they looked like things that were anything but a tobacco product. Flavored sheets or tubes made from tobacco, known as blunt wraps, are also flavored and marketed to young people and sold individually for as little as $1 or in low-priced kiddie packs. Tobacco, Mr. Speaker, is not candy, and there is no good reason to make it taste like something other than what it is. Our proposed legislation will make it illegal to add flavors to cigarillos, cigarettes, and tobacco wrappers known as blunts. Another factor that encourages young people to try smoking is the price of the products. If a tobacco product is inexpensive, more young people are likely to try it. For that reason, the proposed legislation would require that cigarillos and blunts be sold in packages containing a minimum of 20 units. This will increase the cost of these tobacco products and make them less accessible for our young people. We eliminated the sale of individual cigarettes or cigarettes in kiddie packs a long time ago. And it's time that the same rules apply to cigarillos and blunts. All of these changes will help protect our children from marketing practices designed to entice them into smoking. By amending the Tobacco Act, we can help prevent more young people from experimenting with an addictive substance. We can protect them from laying the foundation for a possible lifelong addiction with potentially serious health consequences. Mr. Speaker, through this proposed legislation, we are taking a tougher stand against tobacco products that are packaged, priced, and flavored to appeal directly to young people. Tobacco is a killer. Some 37,000 Canadians die every year from illnesses related to tobacco. It is linked to lung cancer, emphysema, and cardiovascular disease, to name but 3. The negative effect of the health of those people has been an effect on all health care. Smoking costs the health care system over $4 billion every single year. Sales of little cigars nearly quadrupled between 2001 and 2007, making them the fastest growing tobacco product on the market. Who's buying them? Health Canada's Canadian Tobacco Use Monitoring Survey gives us this insight. In 2007, 25% of youth aged 15 to 17 reported having tried smoking a little cigar at some point in their lives. And over 8%, Mr. Speaker, said they had smoked one sometime in the 30 days before the survey. These results confirmed that there is reason for concern and we need to take action. I'd like to remind the House that this proposed legislation does not seek to get rid of little cigars altogether, but we do want to put a stop to the marketing of them to youth, whether that is through price, flavoring, or advertising. In closing, I'd like to thank members of the Standing Committee on Health for their thoughtful and timely consideration of this very important legislation. And I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North and all the important work she has done to raise awareness of the dangers that candy-flavoured tobacco products pose to this country's young people. Mr. Speaker, I think all of my colleagues on the Health Committee have done a wonderful job with this legislation. I want to thank the stakeholders. I do want to thank the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health for all their support. I found this a great experience and an example of working cooperatively, not in a partisan way, especially on an issue that's so important to all of us here as parents, the health of our children. It's an example of how committees should work. And I would hope that we get a very speedy passage through the Senate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to follow my honourable colleague in speaking on Bill C-32, as I believe it is vitally important to curb tobacco use among children. Most smokers begin smoking in childhood or early adolescence. 90% smoke before the age of 18. Early starters are more likely to become addicted daily smokers. Partly because the tobacco industry targets adolescents, 82,000 to 99,000 young people start smoking every day. Mr. Speaker, tobacco smoke contains over 4,000 chemicals. 60 of them known or suspected carcinogens, such as arsenic, DDT, and methanol. Cigarette smoke is directly linked to an increased risk of many diseases, including cancer, heart disease, and even sexual impotence. In fact, 30% of all cancer deaths can be attributed to smoking. Cancers other than lung cancer, which are limited to smoking, include bladder, cervical, kidney, liver, pancreatic, and stomach cancer. Even light smokers risk their health. For example, a 2005 British Medical Journal study showed that smoking only 1 to 4 cigarettes per day was associated with a significantly higher risk of dying from heart disease. According to the World Health Organization, smoking accounts for 1 in 10 deaths worldwide. As a result, Gro Harlem Brundtland, former Director General of the organization, repeatedly and angrily spoke out against the tobacco epidemic. Civilized nations protect their people under 18. They don't let them play around with a product which statistically kills 1 out of 2 of its permanent users. Mr. Speaker, the Standing Committee on Health did work collegially and heard testimony from anti-smoking groups to small business owners to the tobacco industry. And much of the questioning focused on contraband tobacco, smokeless products, and menthol flavoring, and whether or not more work needs to be done in these areas. Mr. Speaker, we have a crisis in Canada, namely contraband tobacco, which lacks government control, inspection, taxation, is cheap, and is easily bought by youth. Research tells us that the price of cigarettes is an important factor in determining whether young people begin to smoke, whether current smokers continue, and how much they smoke. We know low-cost contraband cigarettes are particularly attractive to vulnerable populations such as young people. Lab analysis of contraband shows that dead flies, insect eggs, mold, and even human feces have appeared in contraband cigarettes. Our children are smoking contraband cigarettes in disturbing numbers. 25% of youth in Ontario, 32% of youth in Quebec. Dave Bryans, president of the National Coalition Against Contraband Tobacco, reports that we've got the Wild West of illegal tobacco manufacturing and distribution right under our noses, and most Canadians don't know it's happening. The reality is that trade in cigarettes undermines prevention and smoking cessation strategies. Mr. Speaker, a 2009 example from Hamilton. Hamilton's Public Health Department and the Canadian Cancer Society blamed the jump on easy access to contraband and tax-free cigarettes that sell for a fraction of the regular price. Smoking increased by 1/3 in 1 year. Public Health estimates that contraband cigarettes cost $8 to $15 compared with the usual $55 to $80. A last point regarding contraband tobacco. While it may rob government of enormous tax revenue, at least $1.6 billion each year, it is statistically likely to kill 1 in 2 of the youth it sucks in. Mr. Speaker, while contraband is growing in popularity among youth, so too is smokeless tobacco, better known as chew, snuff, or spit tobacco. Spitless tobacco is a cleaner, friendlier version of chewing tobacco, developed in an effort to convince more smokers to consider using smokeless products in places where smoking is prohibited. Regardless of the name or form, smokeless tobacco causes serious health problems. Chewing tobacco hooks users on nicotine, similar to the way cigarettes do, and makes it difficult to stop using chewing tobacco. Over time, users develop a tolerance for nicotine, need more tobacco to feel the desired effects of the drug, and some switch to brands with higher nicotine content or use tobacco more frequently and longer. Severely addicted users may leave the chew in their mouths overnight and swallow the tobacco juices. Smokeless tobacco causes gum disease to tooth decay because it contains high amounts of sugar as well as coarse particles that can scratch away tooth enamel, making teeth more vulnerable to cavities. More seriously, smokeless tobacco increases blood pressure and heart rate and may increase the risk of heart attack. Smokeless products also increase the risk of developing small white precancerous patches inside the mouth where the chew is most often placed, or worse, oral cancer, including those of the cheek, gums, lip, mouth, throat, and tongue. Surgery to remove cancer from any of these areas can leave the chin, face, jaw, or neck disfigured. Mr. Speaker, smokeless is not harmless. Joe Garagiola, a former spit tobacco user, played Major League Baseball and later worked in broadcasting. He reports, "I chewed tobacco because it seemed to be the thing to do if you were playing baseball. Everyone chewed it when I was playing. Nobody knew the dangers." He has since become a crusader against smokeless products because he lost 3 close friends to oral cancer. He says you don't die of gum disease or yellow teeth, but develop oral cancer, and it's a terrible way to go. Here you are with oral cancer from using spit tobacco. Your jaw has been removed, and you have to eat through a tube. You die one piece at a time. Spit tobacco is a horrible, horrible thing. I just wish I could get this message across to everyone. Mr. Speaker, today more than 600 additives, including caramel, cocoa, coffee extract, vanilla, and menthol, can legally be added to tobacco products. Many appear to be present simply to add flavor, but some may have more sinister effects. For example, cocoa, when burned in a cigarette, produces bromine gas that dilates the airway of the lung and increases the body's ability to absorb nicotine. Mr. Speaker, researchers at the Harvard School of Public Health explored tobacco industry manipulation of menthol levels in specific brands and found a deliberate strategy to recruit and addict young smokers by adjusting menthol to create a milder experience for the first-time user. Menthol masks the harshness and irritation of cigarettes, allowing delivery of an effective dose of nicotine. These milder products were then marketed to the youngest potential consumers. Howard Koh, Professor and Associate Dean for Public Health Practice, said, "For decades, the tobacco industry has carefully manipulated menthol content, not only to lure youth, but able to lock in lifelong adult consumers. And we know that younger smokers use menthol in higher levels. About 44% of current smokers aged 12 to 17 have tried menthol. That compares to 31% with older smokers." Now, to be fair, Philip Morris, the spokesperson, said, "We disagree with the author's conclusion that menthol levels in our products were manipulated to gain market share among adolescents." He continued, "The company's various brands, including our menthol brands, are designed to meet the diverse taste preferences of adults who smoke. We believe kids should not use tobacco, and our marketing methods are designed to minimize reach to unintended audiences." Regardless, there are significant knowledge gaps regarding menthol. The role of menthol in tobacco reinforcement and addiction, the relationship between menthol cigarettes and cancer at various sites, the effect of menthol cigarettes on cardiovascular disease, and the association between use of menthol and illicit drugs. Importantly, this year there will be a second scientific conference on menthol cigarettes. Mr. Speaker, in closing, Bill C-32 is important and necessary. I am encouraged that it is receiving strong support from anti-smoking and health groups. Rob Cunningham, Senior Policy Analyst at the Canadian Cancer Society, said, "We are hopeful that MPs will adopt this bill quickly. It's an important gain for us. Going forward, however, we have to close the loop on contraband tobacco, and this may be looking at criminal code. 49% of cigarettes smoked in Canada are contraband, and we need to look at smokeless tobacco and menthol cigarettes." Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Verchères les Patriotes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's quite clear at this time that the result of the vote on Bill C-32 is no secret to anyone, because, as everyone has noticed, during routine proceedings today, there was a unanimous motion passed in this House for Bill C-32. After this round, that will conclude with the NDP be adopted unanimously. I imagine the reason for that is very simple. All parliamentarians in this House, following the advice of the Standing Committee on Health, on which I sit, together with my friend from Repentigny, have decided that the measures contained in Bill C-32 seek to limit access to cigarettes and tobacco products in a much broader way when it comes to young consumers. Mr. Speaker, this is part and parcel of the objective of the Tobacco Act, which was promulgated in 1997 and which stipulates under Section 4C that the purpose of the Tobacco Act is to protect the health of our youth through limiting tobacco access. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-32 seeks essentially to eliminate any attractive packaging to make it look like candy in packages that contain a small number of cigarillos at 1.4 grams. So this would be eliminated from circulation. These are products that are flavored, and that even broadens the scope to blunt wraps. Because what's important here is to withdraw from circulation, or thereby make inaccessible to youth, tobacco products that could initiate them much more quickly and easily to the use of tobacco, which, as we all know, is harmful to health and creates a habit. So, of course, Mr. Speaker, in a few moments, after this round of speeches, we will be making our decision, which will be a unanimous decision in favor of this bill. And it will be sent to the Senate for consideration, but what's quite clear is that our action as parliamentarians must not stop here with this bill. Since, as we all know, manufacturers have a great deal of imagination and could attempt to find other ways to make tobacco products more attractive to youth and more accessible as well. So our vigilance will always be required. Therefore, we've also mentioned that. We have noted that during the study at the Health Committee. What I mean by that is that this Parliament remains open to legislating about any product that may appear on the market or that may be on the market already, but for which we have no probative evidence of their attractiveness to a youthful consumer. We were told that in high schools, more than a third of students have smoked a cigarillo in the past month. So I think that figure alone is very eloquent and proves the importance of having to take action. I'm also pleased to have heard my colleague for Etobicoke North tell us that for her too, cigarette contraband is a scourge and encourages the consumption of tobacco products among the young. Because as you know, and these are statistics that I found by doing a brief search, you can get 250 illegal cigarettes for $6. What young person today doesn't have $6 in his or her pockets? 200 cigarettes certainly allows for heavy consumption of tobacco products. So it's important to take more concrete and tougher action to counter cigarette contraband. And I'm pleased to see we have the support of my Liberal colleague on that, because our work as parliamentarians will have to emphasize a solution against contraband very quickly, because the problem is very present and requires a solution now. The government also suffers because of contraband, because given the figures I found, $1.6 billion in tax revenue is lost by various governments, federal and provincial, because of contraband tobacco or cigarettes. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out another issue for my colleagues to think about in future. We heard this in committee. We heard cigarillo manufacturers come and tell us that because of the stoppage of production and sale of cigarillos, these companies will suffer considerable financial losses, not in terms of the youth consumers, but the adults who currently consume these products. So when we're talking about loss of revenue, one can also talk about loss of jobs down the road. So it seems to me that it's our duty, given our responsibility toward these workers, to think about the impact of this legislation for certain workers in this industry who may lose their jobs. We should think about potential aid for those workers. It seems to me that this is something the government should consider as it implements this bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in closing, allow me to salute all the witnesses who appeared before the Standing Committee on Health during this study, because when we have to examine a bill, it's very important to hear a number of comments from experts and people who in their day-to-day activities fight tobacco use and make that a priority. And in that sense, it's also important when dealing with this whole issue, and I would be remiss in not doing so, I wish to congratulate and salute all the citizens, both who were smokers and who have stopped smoking, because in doing that, they made a decision in favor of their health, and that is to their credit. And I also congratulate all the stakeholders who, and including youth groups, who strive to educate our young about the harmful effects of tobacco product use. They urge them not to make that one move that creates a habit and an addiction. It becomes more and more difficult over the years, if someone smokes for a long time, to stop smoking. I'm not speaking from experience, because personally I've never smoked cigarettes or any other tobacco product, but I have met, of course, with various stakeholders. In my last speech in the House, I even talked about Louis Lemieux. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is an historic day. This is a day when Parliament has worked well and produced a piece of legislation that will make a huge difference in the lives of Canadians everywhere. It will help save people from unnecessary death, reduce costs for our healthcare system, and enhance quality of life everywhere. It's a historic day for all members in this House because together we have accomplished something very significant. It's also for me very personally fulfilling as a member who has been here for 12 years and plodding along and trying very hard to make change step by step, to actually see a small initiative come to fruition, to see a private member's bill become a government bill, and to see the power of just persistence over many years with the support of many citizens gives me great faith in this place and faith in the whole democratic process. And I want to thank all of my colleagues from all parties for their support around this initiative, in particular the members of the Health Committee, where we did work very cooperatively and had some very good hearings, heard from many witnesses, and produced a bill with a few changes that is excellent by all accounts. It's not everything we had hoped for. We had to, in the process of reaching this great moment in our history, compromise. We had to, in fact, bite our tongues and agree that we would not get everything we wanted in this bill. And so that was the case with respect to smokeless tobacco, and which was an amendment I had hoped to introduce, and also with respect to the menthol flavor still being permitted, something that the Bloc had tried to remove from this bill. But in the interest of getting this bill through before the end of the session, have it become law before the summer passes, and to have these dangerous products, these flavored tobacco products, these little individual cigarillos, which are so enticing to young people, removed from the shelves before they go back to school in September. That is a victory, Mr. Speaker. And the people, besides the Health Committee that worked so hard on this, I do have to acknowledge the work of the Health Minister and her staff for helping, for recognizing a good idea and running with it. Also, all members of her government who actually saw this private member's bill a year ago that I had introduced and decided to make it an election commitment, and they followed through on that. So I want to thank her and her staff, in particular one of her own assistants, Regan Watts, who helped shepherd this bill through the process and ended up with a broken leg or a broken knee just before we had the final hearings with the committee, and he certainly played a valuable role in bringing information to the committee, or to at least helping us be a go-between in terms of the Minister's office and the committee. I also want to thank those people in the department who, never get much credit for their tireless work on fighting the spread of tobacco and trying to reduce addiction to tobacco. We have in this government a long-standing branch within government that has been vigilant about trying to reduce the level of smoking among all people, but particularly young people. And I want to thank, in particular, Paul Glover, the Assistant Deputy Minister, who is with the Health, the Environments and Consumer Safety Branch, Kathy Sabiston, the Director General of Controlled Substances and Tobacco Directorate, and Denise Chaunier, Director, Office of Regulations and Compliance with the Tobacco Control Program. These three people and all of their staff have worked tirelessly for many years trying to strengthen our tobacco legislation, trying to reduce the amount of advertising that takes place, and trying to figure out how we can stop young people from getting hooked on smoking in the first place. And as they said to our committee, we made great leaps from 1998, when the smoking incident rate among young people was about 28%, to the present, where it's at 15%. That took a lot of legislation and a lot of regulations and a lot of controls on advertising. But we're stuck at 15%. And just at the moment, we're trying to figure out how to get unstuck and reduce that level even lower. Along come the tobacco companies with their clever ways to manipulate the marketplace and to entice young people to smoking by putting on the marketplace these lovely smelling, beautifully designed, trendy products, these individual cigarillos that are so enticing and don't appear to be harmful, But, you know, Mr. Speaker, they are as dangerous as normal cigarettes. In fact, they have higher nicotine, tar, and other dangerous toxins in them, and they're more addictive than even regular cigarettes. So young people, we're trying them, and despite all this nonsense we heard from some of the large tobacco companies and some of the promoters of tobacco products, we in fact know that young people were getting hooked on these products. We know that in fact between 2006, when there were about 50,000 of these products sold on the market, to the present, we have about 80 million products on the market, being sold on the market, being bought every day on the marketplace. So it's a huge leap. We know people are trying them, and young people, young adults are the age group with the highest smoking rates in Canada, and we're trying to change that. And we're trying to, in fact, deal with this ever pervasiveness of the tobacco industry to try to trap young people, to try to get them to smoke, because then they've got a lucrative group that they can sell to for the rest of their lives because they're addicted for a lifetime. And we know that addiction to tobacco is deathly. It kills. It leads to cancer. It is absolutely devastating for individuals and families, and we have an obligation to stop that kind of menace in our society today. This bill before us, Mr. Speaker, is also a lesson in terms of citizen participation and persistence by the non-governmental organizations. We wouldn't be here today with this bill. I wouldn't have brought forward the private members bill. This government wouldn't have acted if it hadn't been for a whole number of groups, including Physicians for a Smoke-Free Canada, Canadian Cancer Society, Non-Smokers' Rights Association, Coalition Québécoise pour le contrôle du tabac, Action on Smoking and Health, Northwestern Ontario Youth Action Alliance, and their Flavor Gone campaign, the Eastern Ontario Area Youth Coalition for a Smoke-Free Ontario, public health unit staff who were so supportive of the youth initiatives, Sisler Teens Against Nicotine and Drugs, Manitoba Youth for Clean Air, the Manitoba Tobacco Reduction Alliance, and many other individuals and groups who have been tireless about trying to stop the spread of these products on the market and to ensure their prohibition. That's what we have accomplished today as a result of their hard work, their determination, their wonderful campaigns of Flavor Gone and advertisements that said put an end to tobacco industry gimmicks, change the rules, where they used the depiction of a strawberry milkshake with a cigarette straw, just to show what this industry is trying to do. I thank them all for their incredible contribution to our society today, and I want, Mr. Speaker, you to know that we will continue to work on improving this law. We have a commitment from the officials in the department to continue to gather data on smokeless tobacco, on tobacco chew products, to verify what the youth are telling us, and that is that among certain segments of our population, young people in certain communities, as we've heard from other speakers, the level of using chew is very high and producing very dangerous consequences for health and well-being, including serious teeth problems, mouth decay, and cancer of the mouth, and so on, Mr. Speaker. So it's a problem that has to be dealt with. But we have a commitment, even though we didn't win that today, we have a commitment from the government to actually, within a year, collect the data, review the information, and come forward with some suggestions on how we might include smokeless tobacco in the regulation, so that they're also captured by this prohibition on flavored tobacco products. Mr. Speaker, let's also remember that the menthol, although issue may not be a big factor in terms of this whole industry, it's still there enticing people to smoke, and we didn't win an elimination of menthol in this bill, but I'm sure that the department will also keep track of information on this particular issue and bring forward recommendations as we proceed about how menthol may be enticing non-smokers to be in smoking, how it might might pick up in terms of interest by young people once this bill is through, and so we're going to continue to monitor that situation and be as vigilant as possible. I am very, very excited today, Mr. Speaker, about what this place has accomplished. We all know that we have come together over very important legislation, and we've agreed with unanimous consent to put aside some of the regular procedures a bill must go through in order to make this happen today. It will pass today, Mr. Speaker, and in fact to go to the Senate, where we hope it will be dealt with very promptly so that it can be given royal assent and take effect immediately so that by the time children return and young people return to school in the fall, they will no longer be able to walk by corner stores and be tempted by the lure of these lovely smelling cigarello products that look like lipsticks and magic markers and appear so harmless but are yet so deadly. So, Mr. Speaker, together we have made a great difference, and together we will continue to save the lives of people in our society today and rid our society of tobacco altogether. Thank you.
Pursuant to an order made earlier today, Bill C-32 is deemed read a third time and passed.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you'd seek it, you'd find it to be unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:57.
Shall I see the clock as 5:57? Agreed. It being 5:57, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Conformément à l'article 80...
Pursuant to Standing Order 78.1, a private member's business can be considered only if a final decision has been made about the votability of this matter.
An act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act and the Auditor General Act, involvement of Parliament, is scheduled for debate in the House today. No report on the votable status of the bill has been presented and concurred in, as is required before the bill can be debated. Je demande donc au greffier au bureau...
I call on the clerk to put this matter at the bottom of the list of priorities, and as a result, this private member's business is suspended for today.
Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you see the clock at 6:57.
Shall I see the clock as 6:57? Agreed? Agreed. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. L'honorable député de Saint...
Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, in this House, I have the honour and pleasure to take part in the adjournment debate. I'd like to come back to questions that I asked in this House. The Minister of Heritage didn't give me a satisfactory answer. It was on the 26th of March. I asked questions about CBC Radio-Canada. You know, CBC is in a critical position. There is a huge deficit. 800 people have had to be laid off. These people worked at Radio-Canada. These are direct jobs, and that's over 3,000 indirect jobs. It's a very serious situation in Quebec as in elsewhere in Canada. These are news broadcast workers and other television employees who are losing their jobs, and this is hurting Radio-Canada in Quebec and Canada. I asked a question of the Minister of Heritage. My leader also asked a question on the same afternoon. And we said to the Minister of Heritage, all that Radio-Canada was asking for to avoid this disaster was a loan, in a sense. And this loan would have saved 800 direct jobs and 3,200 indirect jobs. We're talking about men and women, professionals who are currently jobless. They're having to line up for welfare, and this is hurting them. This is dramatic. We shouldn't just look at this as at the figures or statistics. We need to think about these human beings who are facing a real tragedy. You need to have compassion, and the Minister of Canadian Heritage has shown no compassion. Had there been a loan, there wouldn't have been 800 layoffs. The Minister of Heritage said he's increased the CBC budget, whereas in fact it is just... sometimes he says that it's remained stable, sometimes he says it's been increased, so it's really not clear what's gone on. the Friends of Canadian Broadcasting organisation drew up a table which shows that in current dollars, appropriations for CBC have dropped drastically. And it's a pity that I can't show you this table. Perhaps with the unanimous consent I could table that table before the House. But what we can see from the table is startling. In the 1991, Radio-Canada received a certain amount, but under the Conservative government, I can't refer to the Prime Minister's name, but it received $1 billion, over $1 billion. This is $500 million difference over the years. How can this government boast that they're keeping Radio-Canada CBC's budget stable, or even claim that they're increasing the budget when the figures show otherwise, Mr. Speaker? Figures, words can be twisted, but figures cannot be twisted. We're talking about a $500 million gap, and that's the truth of the matter. The government hasn't kept the CBC budget stable. In fact, the budget has dropped. And they're going to say, oh, the Liberals did worse. In 1995, they lowered the budget to the tune of several $100 million. Well, whether or not that's true, I'm calling on the Minister, the Parliamentary Secretary, to answer my question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
It's not clear why this member keeps asking the same questions when, you know, she's getting the straight goods on the answer. She could look it up herself. In fact, if she didn't believe the answer, but she knows the truth. She knows that CBC is receiving in excess of $1.1 billion from this government, which is more than it received from the previous government, substantially more than it received from the previous government. And she also knows that the Executive Vice President of the CBC, Richard Stursberg, said that an extension of a line of credit, and I'm reading from her question, an extension of a line of credit or a loan to CBC would not have had any impact on the job decisions that were being made at CBC. She's simply not being forthcoming with the House. And in fact, despite the fact that she continues to get the exact same answer. Why is it the same answer? Because it's factual. Because it's the truth. That's why we keep giving the same answer. The CBC is receiving more than $1.1 billion from this government. But, you know, I did go into this last week, and I'm very, very encouraged on one hand by this debate, Mr. Speaker, because I'm always encouraged when the Bloc Québécois stands up and sees the value in national institutions like the CBC. And I wonder, maybe in her supplemental, she might talk about some other Canadian institutions or things about Canada that are really valuable to Quebec. I don't know, maybe having a Canadian passport, Canadian citizenship, maybe that's really important in Quebec. I believe it is. It's certainly important to Canadians in other parts of the country, and I believe it's something that Quebecers cherish greatly. And perhaps the RCMP, a great institution that's provided so much to the country, the Canadian Forces, maybe the National Museum, several of which are located in Quebec. These are all national institutions. I gather that the Bloc would also stand and support them, and that's really encouraging, Mr. Speaker, because Canada is such a great country. It's such a great country with great strengths. And it's wonderful that we can talk about the national institutions, the CBC, for example, a conservative creation, a public broadcaster that tells Canadians our story and has done so since it was created in the 1930s. So, our government made a promise in the last election that we would maintain or increase funding to CBC. That's what we've done. We acknowledge that there's challenges in broadcasting right now, Mr. Speaker. In fact, this member was part of a committee that worked on a broadcast study that should be tabled shortly here in the House. So we know full well what's going on, as this member does as well. And she also knows the truth with respect to CBC, Mr. Speaker. She knows that there's headwinds facing all the broadcasters, that advertising revenues have declined, but government support for the CBC has in fact increased. She knows that full well.
Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Heritage Report last year demonstrated that Radio-Canada had very particular needs to get through this financial crisis. they called for a $40 per capita funding, and that the $60 million that the government is forcing Radio-Canada to beg for each year be included in the budget. They called for predictable ongoing funding and a memorandum of understanding for a minimum of 7 years. The Bloc Québécois is calling for a review of strategic programs which unfortunately is forcing Radio-Canada to really look at 5% of its spending. I'm calling on the Parliamentary Secretary to respond favourably to all of these demands. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the honourable member knows, as I've indicated, we've already put an increase in funding behind the CBC. But as the member knows, they came forward with 2 economic stimulus packages from the bloc. Neither one of them targeted any money to the CBC. Thank goodness that in our economic action plan, in our budget, we did in fact put more money into the CBC. The member knows that. The member also knows is that she voted against it. So it's really difficult to say put more money into the CBC, and when a budget comes forward that actually puts more money in the CBC, you vote against it and claim that's in the interest of Quebec. I thought the member wanted Radio-Canada and the CBC in Quebec, but when more money came forward, she voted against it, Mr. Speaker. It's really, really confusing. I really don't know where to go with this member's questions on this or questions on the arts and so many things, because on one hand, they forget completely about them when it comes to their stimulus plans. On the other hand, they vote against more money for them. They're really confused, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 3 months ago I asked the Minister about difficulties in accessing EI benefits. At that time, the answer I got was the same tired answer the Canadians are used to from this government. That answer was that extending benefits for 5 weeks was all that would be done to help the unemployed Canadians in this time of economic crisis. The only other thing that was told to them was that EI call centres would be open on Saturdays. But that was to inform them that they were not eligible for benefits. Now, too many Canadians are falling through the cracks and are left with no alternative but to join the municipal welfare rolls. And that is unfair to the provinces and to municipalities. Nationally, according to June Labour Force survey, unemployment increased 42,000, led by further manufacturing losses in Ontario. The unemployment rate rose to 8.4% in Ontario, nationally, the highest in 11 years. Ontario experienced a substantial unemployment decline in May. It was down 60,000 jobs, bringing the total losses since October to 234,000, or 3.5%. While Ontario accounts for 39% of the total working age population, it experienced 64% of the overall employment losses. And the Ontario unemployment rate is higher than the national average and has risen to 9.4%, the highest in 15 years. And yet this government was doing nothing. Nothing until today, when our leader finally managed to convince the Prime Minister that change is needed. The government has recognized for the first time the importance of regional fairness in expanding eligibility for EI, along with the need to allow self-employed Canadians to voluntarily participate in the EI system. A 6-person working group with 3 Liberals and 3 Conservatives will work through the summer to develop the proposal in these areas and report back to Canadians. The government has also agreed to bring Parliament back early and deliver an additional accountability report to Canadians the week of September 28th, to be followed by a Liberal opposition day that gives us the opportunity to bring forward a confidence motion if needed, a guarantee we never had before. The next progress report on the next accountability report must include the government's deficit forecast as well as progress on job-creating stimulus spending. The Conservatives have agreed to support this Friday's Liberal Opposition Day motion, which sets a timetable throughout the fall for all opposition parties to hold the government accountable through confidence motions if needed. Will the member tell me why it took the threat of defeating a government to get them finally to take this situation seriously? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we always take these matters seriously, and there's no doubt about the fact that we're absolutely committed to helping Canadians who are going through this difficult time, through no fault of their own, to get through the difficult time. That's why we've already taken unprecedented steps to ensure that Canadians in need get the help they deserve. To say we've done nothing, Mr. Speaker, is like saying you're driving a North American GM Chevy when you know you're not. We are doing things. We are taking steps, Mr. Speaker. Over 85% of Canadians have easier access to EI now compared to October of last year. Through our Conservative government's Economic Action Plan, we have lowered taxes. We have made unprecedented investments to help vulnerable and unemployed Canadians. We have added 5 weeks to EI benefits, taking the pilot project national. We've increased EI's maximum duration to 50 weeks. We're preserving over 130,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker, through better work-sharing program, less red tape, more flexible. We've added significant funds to help speed up processing, and we're investing significantly in skills training for Canadians so they can get the jobs of the future. Mr. Speaker, we have committed $5.5 billion in total this year to EI benefits. That's interesting in light of the comments of my colleague. We need to keep our economic action plan moving forward, and we're pleased that the official opposition and this honourable member will work with our government to keep our stimulus measures flowing to Canadians. We're also looking forward to working with the official opposition on employment insurance. While they know that we will not accept the 360-hour, 45-day work year proposal, there is room, Mr. Speaker, to find common ground on many issues. We're pleased that the Liberal Party is willing to work with us towards finding constructive, responsible, and affordable common ground on employment insurance so that we can continue to help those Canadians going through tough economic times and move towards a more prosperous future. It's a responsible thing to do. It's the kind of thing that Canadians expect of us. And I once again thank this honourable member for their support in our economic action plan and the steps that we're taking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary because I'm glad that they recognize that it took the leader of the Liberal Party to convince the Prime Minister to ensure this change. And the Blue Ribbon panel that was announced today will include senior members from both the Liberal and Conservative parties, along with senior policy people. The task force will, over the summer, formulate necessary changes to the EI system. And I need to be sure, and we need to be sure, that the work of this task force will not simply be cast aside without a second look. I would like to ask the following question. Will the government, now that we have its attention, make a commitment to bring in the changes that will be recommended by this bipartisan panel to change our EI system during the economic crisis?
Good question, Ed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see this member back off the 360, 45-day work year and to go forward with something far more constructive, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative government's economic action plan is helping Canadians keep their jobs, it's helping Canadians get new skills, and it's helping Canadians get through these tough economic times and move towards a more prosperous future. I'm pleased that the Liberal opposition is willing to work with the Conservative government to ensure that we are helping Canadians in a responsible, effective and affordable way so we can move towards economic recovery as quickly and as responsibly as we can, and certainly invite this member to work with us and get behind us as she said she would. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to follow on the excellent question from my colleague on EI. When I asked this question, I think it was back in April, it was a question because the Minister had indicated that her system of EI was working because more people were now eligible. They were more eligible now because more people were not working. In other words, that the success of their program was measured by the fact that more people were unemployed. That is a death spiral sanctioned by the government. That is no way to run a government in an economically difficult time. Having said that, I want to say that I think that there may be an opportunity now as a result of the agreement made between the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, and I want to commend the Leader of the Opposition and the Prime Minister for seeing that this is something that needs some work. We have to do something for the people in this country who are not working. Employment insurance is the best stimulus that we have. If you look at employment insurance, and if you compare it to infrastructure or to tax cuts, it is the best stimulus, bar none. Tax cuts are not an effective way to deal with stimulus. There's all kinds of economic advantages to them, but as stimulus, they fail. Infrastructure is a good project in an economically difficult time, and it can be good stimulus. The problem is you've got to get the money out the door, and the government has had trouble doing that. Employment insurance goes directly in the hands of people who have no choice but to spend it. That is what they do with it because they need the money. They have to spend the money. And when you look at what we have in Canada, we have 58 different regions across the country. Now, there have been some very good reasons for having that. Those regions determine who's eligible, how quickly they become eligible, and how long they get benefits. It makes a lot of sense. It is more difficult to get work in an area with chronically high unemployment. On the other hand, at a time when people in this country, particularly people in areas who have not suffered from high unemployment in years past, are now suffering from that, places like Alberta, like my colleague's province of Saskatchewan, BC, you have to have something that equalizes out the opportunity. His premier, the Premier from Alberta as well, the Premier from BC have all called for a national standard. It makes sense. It is what everybody calls for. You know, you may argue about whether it should be 360 hours or 390 hours or 420 hours, but we need to have a national standard for eligibility for EI. Maybe we can still look at how long you would draw that benefit, but people need to know that in this country everybody is equal, and if you lose your job, you're going to be treated well by the government. The government is going to recognize that you have a need and your family has a need. It is not acceptable to say that the employment insurance system is working because as more people become unemployed, they qualify. That means people are in the position of having to hope that their friends and their neighbors and their colleagues lose their jobs so they can qualify for EI. Nobody wants that. That is not the way to run the system. I've been asked by my leader to be on the panel that's going to have a look at this, along with one of my colleagues and along with some members of the Conservative Party. I don't know what's going to happen in this. I pledge to this House that I will do my best to work hard at this and to try to find some solutions. I hope the government does the same thing. This is, I think, the single biggest economic issue that we have in Canada because it goes to the issue of fairness and it goes to the issue of helping people who need help the most. And at this time when Canada is suffering, when we're having trouble getting infrastructure out the door, we should be putting money in the pockets of people who need the money, who will spend the money, not only because it's good for them, but because it's good for Canada. I asked my parliamentary colleague, the parliamentary secretary, he should join this committee. We could work together on this and find some solutions. I hope that we'll have a very eventful summer. I have to go home now and explain to my wife why we're going to change our summer plans, but I think that this is a positive thing for Parliament and for Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate this honourable member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour in being appointed to the Blue Ribbon panel. Certainly it's good to see this member getting on board in a constructive fashion. I know despite the fact that he sometimes blusters, he's a very sincere and reasonable person, and I have no doubt whatsoever that he will make an important contribution to the end result, and I do think that we will see some productive work done through the summer, and certainly I congratulate the member in his role and wish him the best as he goes forward through the summer with the hearings. As I have just said, we're certainly pleased that the member opposite will help our government to get our stimulus measures out to help Canadians, and we're absolutely committed to helping Canadians get through tough economic times in order that they can move towards a more prosperous future. Our government has taken strong and unprecedented steps to help Canadians. Among these steps, we have done some things. I think, in fairness, if one was objective, we'd have to look at what we've done. We've added 5 weeks to EI benefits. We've taken the pilot project national. We've increased EI's maximum duration to 50 weeks, up from 45. Over 130,000 Canadians are benefiting from improvements we have made to the work-sharing program. We've added significant funds, $60 million, to help speed up EI claims processing, and we're investing significantly in skills training for Canadians, and we've lowered taxes for all Canadians. When you look at the total package, I think if one was objective and fair, you'd have to say we're doing a significant amount. We've said we'd continue to monitor the situation. And Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said this afternoon, we need to keep our economic action plan moving forward because it too will create jobs. We are pleased that the official opposition will now work with our government to keep our stimulus measures flowing to Canadians. We're also pleased that the official opposition, including the member opposite himself, will be working with our government towards finding realistic, responsible, and effective common ground on employment insurance so that we can continue to help Canadians get through these economic troubles and move toward a strong recovery. The member opposite knows from the many times we've discussed it here in the House that I've mentioned it, that the 360-hour, 45-day work year proposal is not realistic, and that's a non-starter. The Prime Minister alluded to this earlier today, but he also said he hopes we can find common ground. I'm sure we will be able to do that if we work in a constructive fashion. I look forward to finding this common ground, Mr. Speaker, and I think Canadians do too. So that's what we expect from this group and from the member opposite, and I'm hoping that when we come back, we will see some very positive, constructive recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, the summer's almost here, and I'm going to deviate from my usual message to compliment the Parliamentary Secretary for the work that he's done in the committee. I do enjoy working with him. The Human Resources Committee, I think, is a model for all committees. I see my colleague here from Cape Breton Council, who was on the Human Resources Committee in the last Parliament before being demoted to whip in this Parliament. He knows how well this committee has worked. I want to commend the chair of the committee, the honourable member from Niagara West Glanbrook, who has been a very effective chair and has often put issues and policy and principle ahead of politics. So I think that if we can make this committee work, it is by using the principles that we've used in the Human Resources Committee, which is we've got to put Canadians first. Let's look at solutions. I've always said in talking about AI, I believe in a 360-hour national standard. I don't like the way it's characterized by the opposition. They're insulting Canadians by implying that they're lazy. But on the other hand, you know, we have to go forward and we have to have some way of determining what is the best thing for Canadians. I think that if we can work on that this summer, we can get some productive work done.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I've been here a number of times in the last while, and I've had to repeat the message quite often because the opposition members can't seem to get it. And so we've had to go through the number of things we've done. They've been very significant things. We've taken strong steps, unprecedented steps to help Canadians get through this difficult time. And we will continue to work to help Canadians. And we look forward to finding that common ground with the official opposition through the summer months to find a realistic and effective and a responsible way to do that. And certainly I compliment this honourable member and his work and interest in this area. I wish him well in the summer, and I'm sure it'll detract from some of the things he wanted to do. But overall, I think it's important for Canadians to see that we can work together for common good in those areas where we believe that we need to do that to help Canadians through during this difficult time. And Mr. Speaker, when you see us going forward with not only that portion of our plan, but with the Economic Action Plan, and as you see that hitting the ground, Mr. Speaker, you will see how it will be helping our economy and Canadians, and I think that's why we're here, that's why we work when we do, and I hope the best for the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.